everyone. It's
Hello out
Wanda.
there.
Hi, it's Wanda with the Armchair Cat Advocate, and welcome to our glorious experiment tonight. Tonight we are. Oh, hi, Catitude! Catitude's in the house already. So we're going to do this new series. I'm testing this new series, and we're going to have it like in the evening because we're going to do adult talk about TNR and rescue and colony management and fostering and all the issues that go along with those jobs or volunteer, whatever. And so this is going to be TNR, trauma and resilience talk for cat rescuers. And tonight we're going to talk about the content creators that are exploiting animals for views. And I know that Kim and I talked about this in a stream, but we want to do a real deep dive tonight because I have as a guest our own Ruby Dawn and Grayson, and Dawn reached out to me because everyone knows her. No, everyone knows her name is Dawn. Dawn reached out to me and was expressing some concern about some videos that she was seeing where people are, rescuing. They do one rescue, and all of a sudden it's like, I'm a cat rescuer, look at me, and then they play on the heartstrings of people and they get a lot of money. And meanwhile, folks like Dawn are struggling financially and emotionally and physically and in every which way, trying to support all these cats with very little help, financially or otherwise. So I'm going to let Dawn talk about Grayson, because Grayson, this is a cat that I didn't see the stream, but this was a cat that Kim's community actually raised money to help him, and he has an injury. And Dawn, why don't you go ahead and tell the story of Grayson and what's going on and give everybody an update, and then we'll take it from there.
Alrighty. Okay, so Grayson was born here in the colony. He's about 2 years old. Then maybe about 8 months ago, we noticed he had a little wound, and that was like right up in the elbow area. And he thinks I was going to put his medicine on. And it started very small, and it grew, and it grew, and he disappeared, and he came back, and it was worse. Now, being a colony cat, that's par for the course. And they can disappear, and you might never even see them again. And it breaks your heart because you're invested in their lives, right? You fall in love with them in a different way than you fall in love with your house cat, but it's still a bond. And when he came back, he came this last time, he came to the door of the house and cried and looked at us, and we couldn't say, okay, we're going to give you a little bit of medicine and send you on your way. Not this time. We just couldn't do that. So we took him in, vetted him, took him to the best vet in town, actually. And we used the donations that were raised. And I have invited everyone to ask questions. I've got receipts. I take daily pictures. Everything involved in his care is documented. And, this is where we are today. And I actually have a room that's mostly dedicated to him. Other cats can come and go at times if I have the gate down. And that's pretty much where we're at. It's just going to be a really long process. I mean, he's like a burn victim. He has to regrow all that skin. He'll never grow fur. And, I don't believe that he was a case of abuse or anything, but I see a lot of those. But he is definitely a friendly guy and doesn't show any signs of having been abused. I believe it was probably just an accident.
Okay. I don't want to mention one thing because I got a text. Nanya is trying to go into the chat, and her comments aren't showing. At least I'm not seeing them, and I don't know what to do about it, Nanya. So I guess you can just text me, and I'll just keep an eye on my phone, because I really don't. I'm at a loss. I have no idea why your comments aren't showing, and I don't know how to fix. I don't know how to fix it. I can look into it after the stream, but I just don't know how to fix it. I I don't know. Emojis, okay. All right, I will look into that after the stream.
Yeah,
But
unfortunately, I'm not by my PC, so I can't see any comments. I just have
I don't
I'm
know.
just using the phone for the
Catitude,
stream.
Catitude, can you see Nanya's comments? I can't see any of her comments. You're blocked? I don't think you're blocked, because I can check to see if you're blocked. But I don't think you're blocked, but I'll have to check after the stream, because I can't do it right now. I don't think you're blocked. Now, Catitude doesn't see your comments either. I don't know. I will email StreamYard and ask them and see if they have any suggestions. But if you're welcome to, text me. I know this is so weird. You're welcome to text me. And I mean, you know, I can bring you on the stream too if you want to join the conversation. And I'm serious. I can get up to, we can have up to 10 people on this stream. So well, it seems our lives. Yeah, I don't know. And I don't know how to check that. I don't think I can do that while I'm on air. You would just sit here. Well, you want to sit? Do you want to come on stream and sit with Valentino? I mean, you want to? Okay. All right. I'm gonna send you an invite then, Nanya. Why not?
Hey, I mean, Valentino
Yeah,
is
Valentino.
he's an alumni.
Yeah, hang on. Me. Uh,
Now, I'll say too, if y'all let me know if his wound is grossing you out and you don't want to look at it, I'll understand.
okay, hang on, everybody. I don't know. I don't know if you can see me. I have to send her an invite, and um, I have to get the. Okay. And I don't know why it's not showing up on in my contacts, which it should be, but I had to look it up. Okay. So
Look at that boy. Oh, I'm
tell
sorry.
everyone this would be a grand experiment. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay.
He's all reaching for me. Pet me more. Oh gosh.
Okay, so Nanya, you should be getting an invite. So when you come into the studio, when you come into the, yeah, that's what I think. I think so too, Catitude. I think it's probably just a YouTube glitch, because, like we were talking about in that other stream, I'm the owner of a channel, and I'm putting in, and my comments are being deleted. I'm trying to respond, and there's nothing wrong with the comments. They're clean. It's just like, well,
Sorry.
thank you for saying that. Or, yeah, that was really funny. And then I look and it's like, where's my comment? So it's sent to your email. Look at your email, Nanya. Sent to your email. And then you just click the link and just follow the directions, and then you'll be in the waiting room. So this is going to be, well, we'll see. I've never had two guests, so this will be interesting. So anyway, um, so how talk let's a little more about Grayson, because I know you were telling me earlier. So you did get some um, money for you got some funding through Kim's channel. She did like the PayPal thing, right? And
That's right.
so where are you at right now with all the medical treatment? Are you still needing funding? Do you have more appointments? Hi, Chris.
Yes, actually, he does have more follow-ups. He'll have follow-ups for quite some time into the future. He's going to be going to the vet probably at least every couple of weeks. She asks for a photo every single day. We got a total of, I don't know, a round figure. I'm approximating here, but it was right around $500. I believe we are about halfway through that.
Okay. All right. So I see. Let me see here.
Hi.
Okay. There's
Hi.
none. There's none yet. Hi, Nanya. You can look. I gotta say it. You can tell she's from New York, right, everybody? Because she comes in here and she wreaks havoc.
I just go ahead though, because at least I could talk now. But I just heated up food. That's why I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, this is great.
Okay, so go ahead. I'm gonna close my
Okay.
camera. Okay, go get my food.
Chris says hi. Catitude says hi.
I'm gonna think everybody needs you to take a bath, bro. You're presentable. Look at him. He's like, I gotta wash.
We want to see Valentino at some point too. So. So okay, so let me see. This is the ADHD stream. Okay, so let's go back now to Dawn. Dawn.
Yeah.
So you have, you were talking about appointments that you have, and what's the follow-up care? What's the plan here? And like, how far along is he? What's the prognosis? Tell us all those things.
Well, right now, what the doctor's looking for is granulation around the edges of the wound. That means that the wound is starting to grow more skin, and it's going to grow and close itself up. So he's not going to need an operation or anything. We're just keeping it clean and dressed and all that, making sure he doesn't get an infection, keeping him quiet, keeping him as calm as can be. And as far as the future goes, it could take several weeks. We're what now? Probably about 12 days or so in. And it's just to the point where the old, nasty, pussy stuff has sloughed away. And now it's just the clean edges of the wound. And that is 12 days. So you can imagine with this, it's almost his full forearm on the backside. So that it's probably, I would assume, going to take at least a month before he even begins to have a thin layer of skin. I'm going to say his full recovery process it'll probably take maybe 90 days before it looks even kind of normal.
Okay.
So,
and Catitude is asking, Dawn, is there any reason that Grayson's wound isn't covered with a bandage?
well, right now there is, because just prior to streaming, Russ actually came and cleaned it. So in about, I don't know, he actually could come in and put the cream on. He has a cream called, I think it's Silver Sulfa something or other. And it's a thin white cream that has to be applied. in order to keep that wound sealed shut. Now it's not something that just sticks on permanently. We put it on, and then the creamy stuff that you'll see is like a carrier, kind of like lotions are for people, you know. They carry the healing properties, the medicine, quote unquote, and then it goes through the barrier. While the creamy stuff is still visible or not, the medicine goes through the barrier of the flesh. So even if it gets wiped off within a couple minutes, that medicine has probably already begun to seep in. So it can be aired most of the day. And he lays on a towel and stuff, usually on his chair, but right now he's chilling up here on the top of some kennels in the cat room, just for something different, I guess. He's been in the window all day and he probably wants a new view, or he's got his back to us. So that's a good sign that he just wants me to leave him the F alone. Oh, look at that guy.
Yeah.
There he is.
He's like, what the hell? I was on the floor minding my business.
He's so good natured. Look at him.
Look, he just turned around and he looked at me like, bitch. Ooh.
Oh,
He gave me a look like, are you kidding me? Is there a mute somewhere?
It's okay. We're past the first 30 seconds. I think it's okay to swear after the first 30 seconds.
Oh my God. Oh,
I mean, but it's good. It's good to see him. It's good to see Valentino
back on the floor.
Yeah, he's like, and he's doing really good. So, Dawn, do you want Russ to put the ointment on? Or?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him to do that. I think he probably has his headphones on, so I don't disturb him. So I'm gonna have to like step out and like wave him down.
That's okay. That's okay. So, because while you're going, I want to talk about the hang on, Nif no. I want to talk about something that I want to try on the channel. No, you cannot come up right now. You will knock everything down. You know, when I started the channel, I talked about what I really wanted to do here is I wanted to be able to help people that are struggling financially because they're caring for cats and they're doing the colony work and they're doing fostering, and because not all organizations that you foster through will give you supplies. I mean, when I fostered Valentino, they did help. They did give me all the vet supplies, like the ointments and the medicine and wraps and the cone and all that stuff. But I paid for his food and his litter and everything else.
Oh. What? I'm telling you, he's going to give me a heart attack before my life ends.
So,
sorry.
So what I thought what I wanted to do is I wanted to actually kind of do this when the channel got a little bigger, but I'm thinking, oh, what the heck, you know, the channel's growing. Maybe this will help it grow even more, and get more people involved that are in these different, that are doing, you know, rescue and fostering and colony management and all those different things. So I thought every month what I would do is I would find someone, and it would be, that person would be the recipient of the cat rescuer fund for that month. And what we would do is do a gift registry through Amazon, and that person could put in, you know, what kind of food and all the things that they need. And then also we could do PayPal, and we could do some monetary donations for them. So I'm going to do this. So in the probably towards the end of this month, the beginning of August, I'm going to be setting up, I'm going to be setting up PayPal before that, but I'm going to be setting up a gift registry for Dawn to try to help raise some money and get some supplies and things for her because she's been going through a lot right now. She's been struggling. She has a lot going on. They have really bad weather and down there, and she's had, not only did she have the trap destroyed, the one that she got replaced with, that Kim gave her, that the trap that Kim had, but there's been other issues. And Dawn, you can talk about some of that. Then you can talk about how, some of the struggles that you deal with as a colony manager and also doing TNR and trapping.
Sure. Down here in southern Illinois, not Illinois, Arkansas, I'm sorry. It's different than where I used to live in Illinois. They have many, many more programs. Sorry, I'm trying to catch him. Many more programs up north than they do down here. So I'm kind of at a loss because I'm from there. Everything is different here. I've been here doing like helping with cats and every once in a while a dog, but mostly cats for, I don't know, maybe 10 years or so. But everything is different. I don't know anyone here. So it's not like I have the people that I used to rely on. I can't reach out to those folks. They're in a different state, Um, and I'm now in a state where everything is different and there's just nothing. I don't find anything. I've looked around, I've asked the people that I do know that live here, and it seems like there's just no answers. Because there's just nothing available. Um, it's just a really poor state, and there's so much apathy that honestly, I don't think anyone really cares. If at best they don't hurt them, and that's at best. So here I am trying to do everything I can, and like I don't even have furniture. I can show you my living room right now. I don't even have kitchen chairs. I don't. It's ridiculous. Russ has taken out over $11,000 on his retirement money just to help do this because there are no funds. There is like no fund availability for like an individual. There are funds for 501 groups, but for an individual who is trying to, do anything, there is no funds. You can't apply for any grants. I'm just going to sit still because eventually he's going to settle in his chair. But there's no grants available to an individual. There's no net. There's no rescue net. Right? So I'm juggling trying to get TNRs done, trying to do medical cases when needed, trying to keep everyone fed, including myself. It's shockingly inadequate here as far as animal advocacy. There's nobody. I think I've met and or talked to maybe 3 other rescuers in the 10 years I've been here. We don't need to see your butt cream. But and yeah, he's another one. Oh Lord. And you're probably going to see a whole bunch of them filtering in now because we have the gate open because Russ was just in here. But yeah, so it's very limited to who I can reach out to. And like I said, I don't really know anyone here, and I'm not close to people here. I have no family here. I don't know any other rescuers other than those few to ask where to go get help. So I look things up, and like I said, there just seems to be like next to no resources for the individuals here. Our shelters and our small rescues, our private small rescues, are just overwhelmed, and they're not going to be able to part with any funds or anything because they can't. They just can't stop. They just cannot do it. They're already underwater themselves. So unfortunately, they're not going to be able to share. I did ask someone at the Humane Society if they would care to do an umbrella with me, but they didn't ever seem to hear of that. They didn't seem to know what I was talking about, did not seem to be interested. And it's very cliquey. It's real cliquey. People in rescue here are very, uh, I don't know how to explain it, but they're just real tight knit and closed mouth. I don't know if that's a self preservation thing here or what, but you know, it makes it real hard for people like me who have no one to turn to and like no idea what to do. So it all comes out of your own bank account and it drains it, drains it, drains it, and drains you, as a human being, physically, mentally, every which way you can think of it. It just, there are days that without our community, I don't know if I would make it through the day.
I think Catitude asked, is it hard to get a 501c3? And yeah, it is, Catitude. I mean, I looked into getting nonprofit status. It's expensive. It's a very long process, and it is very hard to do. You can do an LLC, which I'm looking into, which is a little bit easier. But to piggyback off of what Dawn was saying with the clickiness, I think that's kind of just across the board because I see that here too. I mean, we have everybody should be working to help the animals. That's the thing. That is the core. If you go into animal welfare, it's called animal welfare. So you should be concentrating on the animals, not on your issues with the rescue down the lane that, well, I don't like how they do things. Well, okay, maybe you don't, but as long as they're not doing anything that's harming the animals, then stay in your lane, stay in there, let them stay in their lane. Just get over your differences and work together to make things better. I mean, I'm hearing all kinds of things. In our area, we have somebody that actually wanted to get her on the show, and she's like, well, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to be banned completely from the SBCA, the spay neuter clinic, because apparently we have a trapping nonprofit that is connected with the SBCA, and they don't like certain rescues. And I mean, it's just crazy. It's like, why do you even go into animal welfare if you're not going to help the animals? What's the point?
Partly that kind of, in my opinion, there's a chance that might circle back to, okay, there's folks out here who are maybe doing a rescue but not actually doing a rescue, if you know what I mean. They're sir, why? They're not really doing rescue. There's folks here that have different situations. I mean, it's not always like somebody that's putting a video on, online and just like optimizing income off of that. It's also things like game dogs. I don't want to say the word. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, Nanya.
I know.
And different things like that. So it's not always easy to distinguish who is real from who is not. So I think they circle their wagons because maybe it's hard for them to know who's real and who's not. And maybe it's a protective thing. But at the same time, it hurts us that are out here doing the real thing.
Yeah. Chris has a question for you, Dawn. Dawn, is there any rescuers from your old state that knows anyone in the underground rescue in your state now?
That's a good question. I've reached out a few times to see if there was any connections, even if it was just like, a friend of a friend type of deal. but I don't think anybody up there, Illinoisans and Arkansans are not, let's say they're not buddy buddy. Arkansans are a different kind of people. It's very conservative to the nth degree, and they, not to be political, but the atmosphere is very different, and so they are not very welcoming to Northerners. And it's just it's a whole different world. It's the butthole of the nation down here, and they don't like anyone else. And I've been told many times, we'll go back to Chicago. They tell me it all the time.
North Carolina, when I lived there for 4.5 years, too long, they told me the same thing.
It's they're really kind of ugly to outsiders, and so I don't think there's much in the way of alliances formed, even if it's related to rescue, which really sucks because, like you said, we're supposed to be in this all together, right? We're supposed to be in it together to help them. So, but we can't even like agree on that, and that's gross. I can't believe that. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's very difficult to navigate this world, to navigate this kind of rescue realm. Because I think, like, and Dawn, I'm going to go back to what you said with the organizations not knowing who's real and who isn't. And that kind of is going to segue. And Nunya, feel free to jump into this because we're going to segue into this conversation that actually Kim and I started a while back. We did a stream on, content creators and using animals for rescuing animals and using them for content and exploiting them. And, this has come up again with, Dawn reaching out to me and just Dawn having the frustration of, seeing content creators like they're, like, oh, and I mean, I've had one that came across with a short, and this young woman looks kind of like a model and she's carrying a little kitten and she's like, I just found a kitten. And it's like, oh, look at a little kitten. Like I rescued this kitten and it had like, I don't know, 50K views on it. And I mean, I didn't follow up her content, but you see this all the time. You see these content creators, they have these animals, sometimes they're injured, and they're not using the animal as a teaching tool. Basically, they're using the animal as a cash cow. They're using the animal to grow their channel. They're using, especially any kind of well, we might as well just talk about cats because that's what we're all dealing with. Cats, if you have kittens or you have really cute cats like Fury, aka Mr. Boo, he's fluffy, so he's cute. So the fluffy cats, a lot of people like the fluffy cats. And this is the issue that we're seeing these people that they do one rescue where someone like Dawn is rescuing every single day, struggling every single day, but she's not getting the donations, she's not getting the accolades, she's not getting the people in the chat like, oh, I'm so glad you were there, oh, it's wonderful you rescued that little cat, oh, isn't this, it was meant to be, la 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 la. And it's like, okay, we're not discounting what the person did. Like, yeah, if they legitimately rescued, I mean, if it wasn't a setup, if they didn't just, hold the cat and say, this is my new rescue kitten, and it's actually a friend's kitten or something. If it's a legitimate rescue, we're not going to discount that. But you can't just get the cat or the kitten and then just hold on to it, keep it in a cage, and do little, pictures with it every day, do photo ops with it every day to grow your channel, to get your likes, to get your views. The animal needs attention. The animal needs care. The animal needs veterinarian help. They need all of that. most like it was a setup. That's Kat, that's what I'm saying. You know, a lot of times they are setups.
And you
But
know what's funny?
none. Go
I
ahead.
saw the video, not the video, a video yesterday of a model looking girl holding a little gray and white kind of kitten.
Mhm.
And I just scrolled like I wish she felt my scroll past. Like, you motherfucker.
Well, that's the best way is to just not give the views.
Right.
Yeah.
That's really kind of the only way to. I mean, I've reported other channels in the past and had them just all their videos and the whole channel just shut.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and and that's only effective for the moment because oftentimes they'll come back.
With another name.
So it's just easier if you see something like that to just not give it the views, I guess. But of course, you gotta do the sniff test, right? You gotta figure out whether it's for real, or whether it's not. So what's the
I'm
sniff test
laughing.
then? How do we know? How do we know whether it's for real, or whether it isn't?
Yeah. That's the issue. But I think there are signs. I mean, for me personally, if someone rescues a kitten and they have that kitten in a pen, you know, if and that kitten's been in a pen and the kitten's injured and the kitten's been in a pen for over a week and that injury is still not being treated or looked at, you know, those are raising red flags for me because knowing that, I mean, just for example, dealing with Valentino, since we just saw Valentino, what I had to do with Valentino was, you know, I brought Valentino in, put him in a crate, um, got the rescue on board, worked out a deal. If I fostered, if I did all the, if I did all the caregiving and everything, that they would treat him and then, find placement. Um, every week I was driving him to to the rescue volunteer. She was looking at him, she was weighing him, she was checking his progress, she was making sure that everything was going right. And that when I see somebody who says that they took the animal to the vet, but then a week's gone by and the animal's still in a cage and nothing's been done, but every day there's a short or a little video of the animal. It's like, oh, look how well they're doing really good and they're doing fine. It's like, but you said you were taking them, you said that they needed to go to the vet, you said that they're injured, so you're
Yeah,
letting them just sit for over a week with an injury and you're not addressing it. Those are raising red flags for me, and
definitely.
it's really concerning
Yeah.
because you see what Dawn's going through with this cat, every day. And again, I'm not completely opposed to using rescue animals for content, as long as it's done in a way that is ethical and educational. Like what we're doing right now, yes, we're using Grayson in a way for content, but we're trying to highlight this is how hard it is to be someone, well, an unpaid worker in the rescue realm, because Dawn's not getting compensated at all for doing this. I don't get compensated at all for doing what I do. But you have other people who, I'll give you a good example, and I'm not going to say the channel because I don't want any way to go over and give hate to the person, but there's a young guy, very successful YouTuber, started out at TikTok, moved over to YouTube. He has this orange tabby cat, and the whole story was that he rescued this kitten. He rescued the cat as a kitten. The kitten was, I don't know, he found the kitten somewhere, la 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 la. Well, it turned out at some point he came out and he said the truth of the story was his friend had found the kitten. The kitten wasn't injured or anything. The kitten, he just found the kitten. It was like a stray kitten. Okay. So he found the kitten. The friend's mother wouldn't let him keep the kitten. So the friend was going to put the kitten back on the street, but he took the kitten from his friend because he didn't want the kitten to go back on the street. Now, that's not, I'm not going to like, I understand why he spun that story because he was afraid his mom would let him keep the kitten too. I get that. But to let it go as long as it did, to let it go until he had like, 500,000 subscribers and got to the point where him and his mom moved into this huge house. I mean, it looked like a mansion.
Wow.
To get to the point where they were able to do that, and they had a studio, he had his own studio in this place and everything, to let it get to the point where he used that cat to step up and to get to get subscribers and to get to the point, that's not okay. I mean, I understand, again, telling what my growing up would have been called a little white lie in order to save a cat's life. I'm okay with that. But to perpetuate that after you don't have to perpetuate it anymore, when you could have come clean at, I don't know, 10,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
Sure. I have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's what's that word? You probably know what I'm talking about. When you
manipulation.
When you use someone or something to raise yourself up. Yeah, there's a word for it.
Exploit.
Yeah. That's the one. That's what it is. And it's really unfortunate because I feel like it's getting more and more of a problem.
Yeah.
In the maybe not just YouTube, but probably across all platforms. And the ones that pay are
the animal.
Those that don't understand what's happening. Grayson, for instance, if that were to happen to him, he wouldn't have any idea. He'd just be like, I'm doing my thing and whatever. It's sad. I don't know why anyone would want to do that. At least the guy that your example points out did eventually come clean. It's sad that it took so long, and I don't know what would have happened to him, if anything, like legally. But I know a bunch probably aren't going to come clean ever.
And I do think too that I think he has done some work with TNR. I don't know if he's donated money or not. So, I think he has done some good with that. But my concern is, watching YouTubers that find, and the thing is according to my, trying to grab my paper here with the stats on, but when you have somebody that comes out and says, it was destiny that I was there and I found this cat at that moment of time. And well, the fact of the matter is that there are, the stat that I found was there are 60 to 100 million stray and feral cats in the United States. So the chances of you running across a stray cat at any given time is pretty darn good. I mean, I know
I'm waiting to run across one and I haven't.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nanya, come back up here. You can have
Come visit me. You can walk out my front door and about 40 of them will happily greet you with their tails wagging, waiting for you to hand out treaties.
Oh, I'm dead ass serious. I haven't yet to see a stray cat.
Wow.
Well, maybe you're in an area where people are actually responsible and they're spaying and neutering and they're keeping their cats inside and they're not dumping. Maybe, you're lucky that.
I know the guy across the street, I look at his cat. He was friends with my white one. Like he would sit in the window and my white one would be out on the catio and they would be like friends. But he keeps him inside also. So.
And, you may have, there's a possibility that you have someone in your neighborhood like me or like Wanda, who is doing TNR and trapping and keeping the population checked so that you don't have that Plus, a true feral cat, a true feral, you're never going to see. You probably, well, you may see it out the corner of your eye and not realize that you did, in fact, see it. But true ferals don't just hang out. The ones that do hang out are community cats that have been around folks, have been fed, have been socialized to whatever degree is possible. But a real feral cat would hide. So it's possible it's either one or the other. Maybe you have real feral cats that are hiding, or you have someone that's doing TNR, which is fabulous.
But the feral cat would turn my light on and my camera would go and record it.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
And
You're right.
nothing, not even a community cat, nothing. A fox, nothing else. So that's why I'm like, I would see it on the camera at least. Nothing.
Well, Nanya, early Saturday morning, like around 2 o'clock or so. I know somebody had a litter of kittens because I saw a little black and white cow kitty. I tried to get it. I got it cornered, and it was a spicy kitten. It was.
Oh,
I love the spicy ones. They're fun. I was trying to catch it. And I thought, I know I'm not going to catch this kitten, but I'm going to try anyway. And I reached for it, and zoop. So I don't know. Now I don't know if that. I'm wondering if that is one of Mushu's kittens that this litter actually survived.
Yeah.
Because if so, she'll probably bring them to the feeding station at some point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, the true ferals. So Nanya, okay, so Chris is asking a question, which you don't have to answer if you don't wish to.
I can't see the comments. How do I see the comments?
Can you see the comments, Dawn?
No, I can't.
Okay. So Chris says, Nanya, where are you?
Me?
Yeah.
In where? In my house or what state? I'm in Delaware.
Okay. She's in Delaware. Yeah, right, Cat. Gratitude says, yeah, true ferals are scared. Yeah, the true ferals they're not going to. I've honestly never seen a true feral in the city. Everybody is pretty much, somewhat habituated. They're like squirrels, they're habituated to people. Right. They know they're not really scared. So they tend not to move too much during the day, but they will if they have to.
But that's what I'm saying. Even with the true feral, my camera would record when the lights would go on.
Yeah. You would catch a glimpse on your camera because it wouldn't hear, anything. It wouldn't know that the camera was there.
Right.
Those game cameras are invaluable to people that do TNR. If you see a game camera anywhere on a yard sale site or anything like that, cheap, always don't grab it for cheap and donate it to somebody that's doing rescue, because I'll tell you, they just mean so much to us. They can save so much time. A game camera, it's hunters use them in the woods to track wildlife like deer and things like that, so they know where things like deer and such use the same pathways, trails, a lot of the time. So they'll plant them there, stick them on a tree or something. And that way they can get a good idea of how many are there, what size they are, what they're eating, what their habits are, so that when they go out in the field to hunt them, they have more information.
Are they
those
game cameras?
Yeah. And you could stick them like just about anywhere. You can even put them a lot on the ground. A lot of them are waterproof, that you can stick them on a stake in the ground and stuff. But people that TNR use them to see if their traps have gone off because you can remotely view them, and you don't have to sit there in your car waiting for the trap to go.
Right.
Or hiding in the rain under a tarp in the bush. I mean, that's what we do. We do some really hard crap out here. It's very, very demanding and difficult sometimes. Yeah. And that's one of the items that a lot of trappers like to use because it makes life a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
Are they battery operated or something? Or are they?
I'm not sure what the guts of them are. If they're like solar, I don't know. I'd
Yeah,
have
I'm
to
kind
look
of into
and
that. I'll have to look into that because I've never heard of that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I used to use them in Illinois because I was involved with humane investigations up there, and a lot of the times we would actually have feral dogs up there. Um, so we would use them to catch the dogs, to know where the best spot to put the trap was and that, and then to watch it without, because dogs are incredibly uh, smart and sensitive. And if they even get a whiff of a human, you're done for. You're not going to catch it
See,
if it don't want to.
that's like the cameras I have around the house. There, I see them remotely on my phone. What's going
Mm-hmm.
on outside? So they wouldn't, a feral or whatever wouldn't even see me or
Yeah.
smell me either.
Yeah.
So that's why I said
Yeah.
I've never heard of a game camera.
Yeah. Yeah. They're specifically made so that they can withstand weather and stuff like that, and can be mounted quick and easy on just about anything or even on the ground. So that's what makes them nice.
Mm.
But like I said, if you're in an area where people do a lot of hunting, like down here in Arkansas, there's, hunters everywhere. Everybody hunts, it seems like. So you can sometimes find them on yard sales and whatnot. But I don't know about in the city and stuff. That's probably a little bit different. It's more of a rural thing.
Mm.
um, and a lot of city folks probably haven't even seen or heard of it.
Well, my father was a hunter, but I don't know if he ever even used that, so I have no clue.
Yeah, it's more of like a now thing. I mean,
Oh,
it's fairly recent technology. Like I said, I don't know what's in the guts of them, but
yeah.
I know that there's a chance that there's a good chance, I would say, that they're probably solar. Um, Anywho, that
Looking
aside,
at, I guess, Fury behind you.
huh?
Behind me?
Yeah.
No, that's Rogue.
Oh, the mayor.
Yeah, that's the mayor. Yeah.
This little kitten here is Moon, and
Oh,
her
that's so.
brother Cream was up here a little while ago. He's a white one. I think she's about 6 months old now. She's
Oh,
on she's on my list and already has a prepaid spay, which her and her brother get neutered and spayed the same day, and that's going to cost me about 450 out of Russ's last retirement dollars.
well, where I am in Delaware, literally down the road, literally meaning there's a spay. It's just a spay and neuter, spay and neuter clinic and shots. I guess whatever the shots are, but that's
Yeah.
it. Not like a full blown vet. And
Mhm.
I think it was 75. I want to say it was either 60 or 75. One is female and one is male.
Hmm.
And they're literally down the road.
Wow.
So that's
Yeah,
why
I wish
I
I was.
got lucky where I'm at.
You are, because it's not like that here. It's super
Yeah.
tough even to get an appointment. And I recently missed a TNR appointment, which I had been waiting
Oh,
over
yeah.
3 months. Over 3 months, and I had missed it because I put it on the wrong day on my calendar, and that was my fault. But so now I've probably, I don't know. See, this is part of the things that mess with the mental health. It's like I blame myself, and it is my fault. I have every right to blame myself for it. I missed it. But now it's going to be another 3 months, and by that time, the two females that I had planned to trap and take in will probably be giving birth to another litter, and that's my fault.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I understand that.
And it's just, you can only beat yourself up so far, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Didn't you
I
say
don't
you were
know.
a Reiki master?
Yes, I have a certification for it.
then you need to go back to that and
I
see
know.
what was meant, what is meant to be, what their life is already, laid out.
I do. I do. And there's a lot of self-care things. I think there was a short list on that email I sent you, Wanda, of things that should in people in rescue can do to help themselves. And I do employ a lot of them, like, I do the best I can, but there's days, like I said, I gotta like reach out to folks because
Yeah.
I feel real isolated. I don't know if like that's a rescue thing or if it's just me down here in the South without folks.
I think it's the latter, because I lived, like I said, in North Carolina, and I'm from New York. I was a fish out of water
Yeah.
there.
I
I
just
hated it. I had to come back north.
I just feel so isolated and alone, and the apathy here is just nobody gives a turd, and it's
Hmm.
like, man, I'm overwhelmed, and yet, I got to keep going. I gotta. If
Hmm.
I don't, it's like that's on these guys.
Yeah.
They don't get the care they need. How could I leave him? He's got a gaping wound and it was pus filled. There was maggots on it. I mean, honestly, how could I say no? I just can't keep turning away.
I understand.
That's a real rescue. A real rescue does that. A real rescuer, vets an animal more and more than once. We got to take him every 2 weeks. I got to report to his vet on the daily.
Mm. Is
That's a
that him
rescue.
there?
Hmm?
Is that him on the chair?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't have good lighting, so it's kind of hard to see his little face, but
yeah.
yeah, him. He's
Yeah,
he's a character.
he's on the community tab post that I did for this, so you can see him. You can see him better, Nunya.
Okay.
She Dawn sent me a really good picture, but
Yeah.
um, Dawn, I think to add to your point of yes, it is isolating because I live in an area that is well, we're not really conservative, but it's hard when you have different interests and you can't find people that you can really sit and have a conversation with. It is hard, and
Yeah.
that's like one piece of it. And another piece of it is it's also frustrating when you spend so much of your time trying to help these cats, and you're struggling and you're struggling and you're struggling and you're going without and you're sacrificing, and you're not buying things for yourself because you're spending all your money on cat food. And then you have some content creator that comes, they find a stray kitten, and then their whole thing is, oh, look, I got a little kitten, and look, if it's hurt, and and then they say, well, and then everybody's like, oh, here, how can we donate? And you have people giving tons and tons and tons of donation to this person that got this animal that they can't even care for. They have to raise money because they have like a wound, like Grayson. They have something serious like that. They don't have
Hmm.
the funds to do that. They don't have the facilities to do it. They don't have the setup to do it. They don't have a separate room. The animal would be better off in a rescue, among people that know what they're doing and can access resources and be able to vet them. And seeing those kind of people that do these, have these animals that are injured, and they just are showing them off for just, they're pulling on people. What they're doing is they're manipulating people. They're pulling because most people who donate, no, most people, at least in my experience, people tend to be very trusting.
Yep.
You know, rather, no matter what you went through, a lot of people are very trusting, and when somebody gives them a story, when somebody says, I found this animal, it's has an injury, I think it's abused, it fell. I was walking by, and this cat fell from a third floor balcony, and it landed, I don't know, on the ground, and by some miracle it survived, and it had a broken leg, and I took it to the vet, and the vet said that this it was probably somebody threw it off the balcony. I mean, people spin wild, crazy stories, and people will believe it because it's just, I think it's most people's nature to believe. It's
Well,
most
especially if they're likable.
Yeah, especially if they're likable, especially if the animal's cute. There is there is something, joke about Fury with the cute privilege, but there's the cute privilege. There's a whole bunch of research on pretty privilege and cute privilege, and people that are cute, people that are pretty, this is why most people, if a baby's crying, and if you would see a baby on a bench crying with nobody around, most people would stop and try to help the baby.
Right.
Now, if you have an adult on the bench crying, well, you might get 50-50. But a baby, because that gets something internal, that primal.
I would ask the adult, are they okay? Because I'm that one that used to go to a bar and see somebody by themselves, and I would befriend them because they were by themselves in a bar. So
but I know, because none of you have a good heart. And see, this is what I'm saying. Most people have good hearts, I think. There are some jerks in the world, but when it comes to like animals or children, this is why like organizations like the Best Friends Animal Society, that's why they got into animal. They were doing something completely different, and then kind of figured out, hey, if we do this, we're going to get a lot of money. It's, if you do research, you'll see. I don't want to go into it right now. We can do a deep dive into some of these charities on another show. But the story behind the creation of that organization is really interesting. It's because somebody was telling me about it, and I'm like, really? So I did my own research. I'm like, wow, they didn't start out as a animal welfare organization. They started out as something completely different. And just kind of, got the idea that, hey, this will work. And, honestly, they're not the first ones that have done this. Just like children's charities, just like a lot of charities, they get started because people see a way to make money, because they pull on people's heartstrings. They manipulate. And most people, when they see a cute little animal, rather it be a puppy, a kitten, a cute cat, whatever it is, a horse, whatever. They see an animal, and they see an animal in need, and you hear a compelling story that goes along with it. That you don't know if that story is true or not. We hope it's true, but as you can see, and like Kim and I talked about, there are a lot of these content creators that spin that story. It's like, oh, I was walking down the street and I found a puppy, and the puppy was dragging its leg along behind it, and it's like,
and people, they like your story.
Thousands of. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, and like your story, they can end up in a nice big house and have all the things. And meanwhile, what's happened to the animal? What's going on with the animal? It's nice and everything to have those things. But even if I had, for myself anyway, even if I did have the extra money, that's going right back to cats.
I was going to say, I'd be building a mansion for the animals, the cats.
But right. But you don't know who is and who isn't real. Like I was saying before, you don't know until they slip and show true colors. And pretty soon you're watching, you start out watching and it looks one way. And then by the nth video, you're starting to see, oh, well, this is different in their house. This is different. Oh, we're not in the same house anymore. Now we're in a different place and it's like really nice, or you know what I'm saying?
True
And pretty
colors come out
soon you catch on.
Well, you've seen this too with, I think Logan Paul was one of them, that they would they'd constantly get animals. They always were getting new pets. Like they got a horse and then the horse disappeared, and they got a pig, a potbelly pig, and the potbelly pig disappeared. You know,
Yep.
they would get animals, use it for content, and then the animals disappear, you
Yeah.
know, or the animals weren't being cared for properly. And you know, there's the other issue, and this is another stream that I would like to do I would like to do a deep dive into,
He's,
is animal.
he looks like a mini Valentino.
What? Oh yeah, yeah, doesn't he? I just said that. I said that to Dawn.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you gonna talk?
Oh,
Aw.
He's sweet.
Cutie.
and the animals are the ones that suffer.
Yeah.
No, and this is the other thing that I'd like to get do a deep dive into, is animal hoarding and what exactly it is and what exactly it isn't. Because animal hoarding is, there's different groups of people that become animal hoarders. Sometimes they're caregivers that get overwhelmed, and sometimes they're people that they rescue that one animal, and then they start thinking, oh, you know what, I rescued this one, I'll rescue another one, I'll rescue another one. Pretty soon they have a house full of animals. They're very difficult to treat because they have the mindset of, I'm the only person that can rescue, I'm the only person that can save them, no one else can treat them as well as I can. You know, they're the people that are, this is destined to be, you know, this was, I just happened to find this cat, I just happened to find this cat. And you know, before they know it, they're overwhelmed, and they're very hard to, it's very hard to convince them that what they're doing is wrong.
Mm.
People that are caregivers, that like colony managers many times, and I know I've talked to trappers that have dealt with these situations where they've gone into trap and they've had someone started feeding, they start feeding a cat, you know, and of course, you know, if you feed, they'll breed. And you know, not everybody, it's not always easy to get the cat spayed and neutered, especially now. I will say, I will give the York SPCA credit where credit is due. Their spay and neuter clinic, they do have walk-ins, so I could go in the morning and I could drop off a cat, and they are only $20. It's $20 to get a cat spayed or neutered.
Oh, wow.
That is, it used to be 15, and they went up $5, but still incredibly cheap compared to other areas. So they do have a really good spay and neuter clinic, and I will give them kudos for that. Not happy about some of the other stuff they've done, but they, you know, at least that is good. So, you know, Chris and Catitude Mushu is definitely going to get spayed. I'm working with my friend to find out, you know, what her schedule is, that we can get her in.
Is Catitude here?
Yeah, Catitude's here.
I just want to show up before I forget. This was my chinchilla.
Aw.
I made a pillow of her.
Oh.
Catitude, I wanted to show you. That's Chi-Chi.
That's adorable.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. So, yeah, you know, when people start, when they're trying to do, they're not getting the TNR part of the feeding. They're feeding the cats, they're trying to do the right thing. And then a lot of times what happens is word gets out, oh yeah, that person down there, they're taking care of the cats. So then they start getting drop-offs. So now they not only have the ones that they originally started with, and then those are breeding, and then you have more people dropping off cats. And then you have people like the neighbor here that has that cat that is, and I know she's pregnant. I can't. I actually talked to the founder of Feline Solutions and said, "Hey, what do you think I should do about this?" Because I don't know what the laws are. I want to be careful because they're kind of sketchy people, if you know what I mean. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get myself in some kind of issue. So I asked her, and she said, "Just get the cat. If the cat's coming to your feeding station, it's not microchipped or anything. Just trap her and get her done as soon as possible." Well, I haven't seen her for a couple of days, and I'm thinking they have her in the house, and they're going to keep her in there until she gives birth, and then who knows what they'll do with those kittens. So when she comes out again, because this has happened before, when she comes out again, and I because last year she was running around with a kitten, and I said something to the woman, and she said, "Oh no, we got rid of all the kittens." And I thought, I don't think so, because that kitten was awful socialized, and I think what happened was that kitten also it looked like the kitten had a prolapsed rectum, just like a minor, and I didn't really have anybody at that time. I don't know. I mean, I didn't have money to take it to a vet, and I didn't have anybody to really do that could help me with it. So while I was trying to find somebody, the kitten disappeared. So I don't know what happened to the kitten. Now,
is this the one that has a dog also?
Yeah.
See,
yeah, they have a pit bull, and obviously they're breeding her because if you look under her belly, you can see signs of that.
Man,
she's got.
I just hope they're not playing with the kittens and the dog.
Oh, it's not the one that's downstairs. Not Mrs. Sanford.
Not her. The one
not her.
Has
the one's next door.
Yeah.
In the Habitat for Humanity house.
Do they have a dog?
They have a dog. They have a pit bull.
And they have the cat that they let out about and get pregnant.
Yeah, and they had another cat that the husband let. They had another cat. They had a male cat, a black male cat. He was. They said that the woman told me that he's neutered, but her husband left him out, and I don't know if they ever got him back, because she was asking me if I ever saw him.
But what are they doing with the kittens? That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
And they have a pit. Nothing against the pit bull, but I'm just saying there are nuts out there that do things with meaning bad things.
Yeah.
Pit bulls and kittens.
Yep. I know what you're saying, Anya. I have sadly seen the results of that.
Oh.
Yeah.
And this is why I say I can't stand people. I hate people who are capable of doing this. I hate them. Look at my shirt. Humans hiss me off.
That's so cute, though.
See it? Humans hiss me off.
Love it.
Cute.
Oh. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah. He's the one who had the cat. Yes, he's the one who trapped Abra. Yep. Yep.
That too. Okay, yeah.
He's the one who trapped Abra and lied right to my face and said, "Oh, I didn't know."
Well, then guess what? Do the same shit back to him.
Yeah.
To the female cat.
She could be adopted, and I don't. And I think part of the problem is because she's not spayed. I mean, cats that are not spayed and neutered, they want to be outside, and they want to roam, and they want to breed. So they don't want to be inside. I know Rogue, back here. I don't know, there he is. He when before he was neutered, because it was back in 2020 when everything was shut down, it was trying to find some place that would do it. He was a mess. I mean, he would come in. He would come in every night, and he would eat. And he would come in, and he would lay here beside me, lay on the floor, and he'd play with his toy. I had this little catnip pickle he loved, and he would play with that catnip pickle for about about half an hour, and then he would want to go back out, because they just want to roam. That's all. That's their hormones just are going 24/7.
Yeah.
It's yeah, it's really difficult. But but the people that do this, the people that do these like one-off rescues and then act like they've, you know, they should be put on a pedestal because of it, are very irritating. Because, you know, when you're out there every day, and like Dawn said, it's true. I mean, we're out there all the time. We're out there in 90-degree heat. I mean, we're out there in the, you know, when it's really hot, I try to go out twice a day. I go down and give them fresh water twice a day. um, Out there in the snow, in the ice. You know, you've seen the steps that I have to go up and down. And I do this every day. Even there's been times where I was really, really sick, had some kind of a bad respiratory thing, could barely get out of bed. But I literally like held onto the railings and drug myself down to feed these cats. You can't take a day off. You
Nope.
can't do vacations. You can't, I mean, there's so much that you give up and you sacrifice when you do this. And I'm doing it on a small scale compared to what Dawn's doing. But there is, I mean, and then you have to deal with people that don't like what you're doing. You have to deal with people that are, you know, they don't want to be part of the solution. You know, they become part of the problem, and all they do is harass.
Yep.
And it's like, if you would just back off and let us do what we need to do, we would solve the problem. We wouldn't have this many cats.
Yeah.
You know, it's not, I'm not the one that's dumping the cats. Somebody else is doing that. I'm trying to fix it. And these are not my, you know, and like Dawn, they're not our cats. We don't own, well, Dawn, you know, Dawn technically does now because, but,
Not
but, you know,
not
because,
by any of my decision.
right,
But
yeah, because that was just a way to, you know, for certain entities to not have any
Back
responsibility.
off. Yeah.
But you know, where I'm at, it's, I don't, you know, they're not my cats. They belong to the community. I mean, I think of them as my cats, and they probably think of me as their person. At least some of them do. Um, I have a lot of friendly ones. I have a lot that could be adopted, but it's trying to get. I know Feline Solutions for a while they had to stop taking in because they had to stop taking in rescues because they had, I think, like three cats that all had medical or vet issues that were like a couple $1,000s each, and they were doing fundraisers
Mhm.
for it. You
Yep.
know, I mean, you think about this, and then you think about that one little content creator that, you know, finds a stray kitten and, you know, just makes a bunch of videos and kind of, you know, I mean, lets the cat go for over a week with an injury, saying that they need to raise money to get it taken care of. Okay, what if you just gave it to a rescue and let the rescue take care of it? Let the rescue, you know, maybe the rescue, and let the rescue raise the money, because the rescue is going to have more resources.
Yeah.
You know.
That is true. And also, when people are doing that, they're taken away from animals that are already placed in rescue. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For instance, you know, if I've just given a donation to a local rescue, and then I see a video where someone's needing donations, supposedly, and I don't, you know, really know, but I feel bad and it tugs on my heartstrings. Well, guess what? I can't give the donation to the local rescue if I've given it to that content creator. We all have budget.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, and that, yeah, that includes the big guys, you know, the big guns, the 501s and the private rescues and such. But it also applies to us as just everyday people. So if everyday people are dipping into their pockets to give to a content creator, then that means that they're not going to give to an established rescue.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that trickles down and equates to pain and suffering of animals that aren't able to receive care through that organization.
Yeah.
And that's a serious, I mean, that's a seriously bad situation for the animals, because they're not getting help. And then someone like me is stepping in and draining my bank in order to help that animal, or it suffers until it passes on.
There's a YouTube channel. I'm going to name this one because I really like them, and I've followed them for a while. I followed them when they were smaller, and they're called the Black and White Brigade. And this is a family that they adopted a stray female cat and her kittens, and the whole story is really really cute. And they ended up with like 8 cats, and then they had an older cat named Jarvis, was like I think he was a Persian, and he was a rescue too. And I really like this rescue. I really like these people because, number one, they never make the cats do anything that they wouldn't normally be doing. Like their videos are like, um, you know, petting Pongo on my lap. Her cat's laying on their lap and they're petting the cat. Rubbing, I'm trying to think the other cat, the baby's like the first kitten that they got, rubbing baby's belly, and babies, like laying and they're rubbing. But the cats are just doing natural behaviors. Like there was one about, the cable man's coming, and you see, oh my gosh, you got up the courage to actually come on camera. Good
I did.
So the cats were hiding underneath the bed, but they were always doing natural things. None of the cats were injured that I know of. I don't think any of them were injured when they brought them in. And they wanted to keep the family together, so they got everybody spayed and neutered and the whole 9 yards. And they did get some help, but what they did, and I love this, what they did was they were getting so many donations that the woman finally came out and she said, please, we appreciate everything that you're giving us, but we have so much, we don't need any more. We can, we have enough, we can feed all of the cats. The cats are well taken care of. Thank you for your help. We're really good for now. Please give the donations to somebody else that needs them more than I do right now. And she put a list of people that needed help more than she did. And I have so much respect for her because of that. I have, I comment on her. I've always, from day one, because they never got a lot of likes or views and stuff on their videos. They have quite a few. I think they have more subscribers now, but back when I started following them, they didn't have a whole lot. So I would always like it. I would always comment, even if it was something like, "Baby is so cute." I told her, I said, I have a black and white brigade too. And I just love the black and white cats. I love the tuxedos. I love the cow kitties. I love black cats like Abra, black with a little bit of white like Zuki. Those are I just love them. And she was like, oh, you have pictures of them? She's just really, really nice people. And I don't have a problem with somebody like that. That's not the kind of people that I'm talking about, because there are content creators, just like there's an organization called Flatbush Cats out of New York City.
Oh,
yeah.
And they actually do videos where they go out. They'll come on, they'll say, we heard there's a cat with a broken leg on blah blah street. We're going to go out and try to catch it. So they go out. Yeah, catitude. Black cats rule. Absolutely. They show them going out, setting the trap. The cat goes in like, oh, thank goodness, the cat, poor cat struggling with this bad leg. They bring the cat back. They show all the, what they have to do. They're showing, this is the medical procedures we have to do. This is what we have to do to save the leg. And that to me, that is content done well, because it's not just, oh, I found a little kitten, look at this, isn't it cute? And you stick it in the cage, and then for the next week you're you're taking pictures of you and the kitten together with, oh, look at us, look, oh, she's so happy in her new home, la 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 la. And it's like, yeah, okay, well, I'm glad that you saved the kitten, but are you going to give it any care? I mean, this isn't really educating people. This is just showing a cute kitten. You need to show the process. And the other thing is, it also kind of detracts from what people do as fosters, because
Mhm.
like, this is an excellent people that find. Now, if you find a stray cat and you can afford it, and you have the finances to keep it, and and you want to keep it, I say go for it. That's wonderful. I applaud you for that. I love it. But if you are already, if you have like Dawn and I, we have we have way too many cats. Half of them aren't even ours that we're taking care of. I, for one, and this is the with Valentino, you have to know your limits. I loved Valentino. Nunya can tell you that, it was like at the very when I exited her vehicle to go to my apartment, and I looked, and his face was like,
I hate goodbyes.
yeah, like the,
Oh.
Any kind. So
and
this one and him, and I felt bad, heartbreaking that I'm taking him away from her.
yeah, and he was just so like, he was just giving me this look like, it's okay, you did your job,
Oh.
and I'm starting to cry, and Nunya's starting to cry, and Nunya's like, go to your apartment. We're gonna start to cry now, aren't we, Nunya? But I also know that, I have, no matter how much of a connection I had with Valentino, I know I couldn't give him what he needed.
Right.
And I wasn't able to raise money to keep him. That's not fair either, to ask other people to help me support a companion cat. Colony cats are different. That's a whole different story. But I don't feel that that's right, because I took on that decision to keep that cat that I knew from the beginning I can't afford.
Yeah.
So for me, as hard as it was, I'm glad that Nunya got him, because I know where he's at. As you see, Nunya's still in our lives. I still see pictures. It's like being a foster. It's like being a
Many,
foster. Yeah,
many, you too. Many
yeah.
videos.
It's almost like like open adoptions, where the woman,
Yeah.
the woman's pregnant, she gives birth, she knows she can't afford the child, or she can't keep the child for whatever reason, and she finds a family that can give the child what the child needs, but she remains in the child's life.
You're so lucky. I don't
Yeah.
know if anybody has ever seen it, but I have a montage picture that I made last year. It's not been updated recently, but in the picture, it shows a total of 60 cats that I've helped over the past
Oh.
few years that I rehomed, and did the whole foster thing, got them into their homes, took care of their medical needs and such until they were ready to go. And I keep their little pictures and their adoption day photos, and it's sort of a memento. Some of them have passed since, and their new families have sent me little messages to let me know. And I put little golden hearts around their picture on the montage and stuff. And it's just, yeah. So you're so lucky. You're so lucky that you know where Valentino is, because I never get to see mine again, and
Yeah.
that it's hard, it's satisfying when I get them homes, right? And it feels good, but at the same time, that goodbye is.
I can't. I would have a
Mhm.
full house load. I can't do it.
Oh, Nunya, I'll tell you, if I had the money and the resources and the space and everything, I would have kept both of Lucy's litters back in 2020. She
Mm-hmm.
had the most, well, her catitude. Lucy is Abra's mom. Lucy is Niffler's mom. So I would have loved to have had them. And I fostered all of her kittens except for Shizuku that was too wild and never would come near me.
Mhm.
But all of the ones that I caught and I fostered, all of them were just wonderful, sweet little kittens. And I still to this day, like I look back over at look at the the pictures of them as babies, and I think, oh man, I should have kept Elsa. Oh man, I should have kept this one. I should have kept that one. It's like I wish I could have kept. Yeah, I really, Elsa was a cool little kitten. I should have kept her. That was. It's really hard, but on the other hand, that's part of rescue. Part of rescue is you go into it. You can't keep them all.
I can't do it.
You can't keep them all. Well, none of that. That's when you got to get your 100 acres of land, build your big ranch.
One day, keep speaking it. It's gonna happen.
And that's the thing. And also, people that think that it's so easy to start a rescue or to start a sanctuary, and it's not. It is not. It is incredibly hard. And even if you do manage to get the money together to get it started, well, first of all, the 501c3 is hard to get. I mean, it's very hard to get.
Very.
I only know because of Furball Farm Sanctuary, watching them, I always did want to win the lottery big and have Lakers and whatever, like you say. Of course, I would love it still, but watching them and then them explaining everything, it's like, see, you don't know the whole story until you hear the whole story.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I can't foster, but I can't do the sanctuary either. But
it is incredibly hard work. Number one, you have to have, first of all, you have to almost have either you have to be independently wealthy or you have to have the nonprofit status.
Right.
Then you have to be able to write for grants. Grant writing's really hard. You almost have to find a grant writer to do that or hire a grant writer.
ChatGPT.
You need to have volunteers, and you need to have volunteers you can trust.
Yeah.
You need to have volunteers that are reliable. Because if you have, if your volunteer is supposed to show up to clean a section of the cattery that has 20 cats and they just don't show up, guess who's cleaning it? You are.
In New York, I was trying to have my own pet sitting business because I loved animals and I loved pet sitting for them, in my own home. Mm-hmm. I had a name, and everything. I was licensed and certified. But then I sat and thought, and I did it for myself. I'm like, yeah, but what if I'm sick? Who's the one that's going to go take care? It's only me, myself, and I.
Yeah.
Yep.
I had to not do it anymore because, God forbid, I wasn't available. Who else was going to do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that recently happened to me because I had some cardiac issues and I've got some, some glucose problems and stuff, and I've just got some general health things going on because I'm getting older, and it does. It gets very complicated.
Yeah.
It's a big deal, and I think sometimes when we'll go back to the content creator that, like, for example, that has a rescued baby cat or whatever, or just whatever. They're giving people the wrong idea of what is reality, and then people take that wrong idea and run with it and think to themselves, well, if they can do that, then I can do that too. And that goes down a bad path. That can go sideways like crazy. And end up with animals that are not good.
Like the hoarding. Oh, I can rescue one, and I can rescue another, and another, and another, and another, and then what?
Yeah, and to proliferate that, or whatever the word is, to continue that, and to keep pumping that out and putting that out without any context, and it just gives people the wrong idea sometimes.
Yeah.
And until they see what the reality is, they're going to keep having the wrong idea and doing the wrong things. There are certain things that real rescues and rescuers do. For instance, like with Grayson, he's seen two different vets so that I can get, more. I need more than one opinion on his health. One opinion is not a basis for me to say, okay, that's gospel. There's there's a lot of different things that you would do as a rescuer than just somebody who hasn't really gotten any experience and is just out there putting out content saying, "Woohoo, I can do it, you can do it too."
Yeah.
No, there's so much more involved. You've got to know, a lot of health information on the kinds of animals that you're rescuing. If you're doing cats, you need to know a lot about health stuff, about what can go wrong, symptoms of what might be wrong. You need to know what to look for as far as, say, you've got one that you think has been hurt by someone else. There are signs and symptoms for that. And your treatment of that animal is going to be different than your treatment of an animal that isn't showing those signs and symptoms. And those signs and symptoms are very, very obvious, and they're almost always the same. They I suppose, I guess there may be some that may show the symptoms a little different, but there's always going to be a tip off. And if you're a seasoned rescuer, or or at least have had some training or experience in rescuing, you're going to know. You're going to know if that animal is been hurt, and then you're going to know what steps to take.
Right.
Because, like I said, you treat them differently. They socialize differently, and especially if they're in the healing process, it's a whole nother ballgame. And you have to treat them differently.
Yeah.
You wouldn't treat them the same as you would if you were just walking down the street and saw a cute little fluffy bundle and took it inside and it was perfectly fine.
Right.
That animal is what rescuers call the easy, because it's easy to place. You can take it in, and 2 or 3 days later, it's got a home. It doesn't need anything special. There's nothing that extra that needs to be done. There's no specialized care that it needs. It's an easy. And those are, like I said, treated way far differently than an animal that's been through abuse, or an animal that has, early compound injury. So I hate to say it, but there's just a lot of misinformation, and every platform, it's just out there, and you really gotta do your diligence and understand what you're looking at. As far as, okay, I've looked at this video and I feel some sort of way about it. Now, are those feelings warranted? Or are they, is this, and if there's a question or a doubt, then you got to inform yourself, because unfortunately they're not going to do that job for you.
Right.
They're going to want to dig into your emotions and your pocket.
Yeah, and piggyback off of that, Dawn, because this is something you and I talked about, is when you're a rescuer, when you get an animal and the animal's injured, we're not speculating what happened. We're not sitting there thinking, well, this one got hit by a car, this one got kicked by a person, this one got attacked by a dog, this one got this. There's all kinds of scenarios, like Valentino and his feet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened, because when the volunteer was examining him and looking at him, and she was like, I thought it actually looked like one of his toes had been amputated, because it just was nasty looking. And I was asking her, I said, what do you think happened? And she said, could be anything. She said it could be he could have had, because it was wintertime. So he could have gotten the feet wet. He could have walked on some metal or something, because we had some really frigid days there where,
Yeah.
just like if you stuck your tongue on, just like the Christmas Story kid, you stuck your tongue on the flagpole, it's going to stick. Same thing with the cats, getting their paws wet and then sticking on something and tearing the paws. Could have been he got up up in like near the engine of a car and burned himself.
Mhm.
Somebody could have done it to him. I mean, somebody, who knows what. The thing is, though, when you talk about abuse, there are certain signs that animals show when they've been abused, and one of
Yeah.
those, they're not going to trust.
Yes.
They're not going to trust. I mean, like Rogue, I suspect that. I mean, this is kind of the story that I think in my head may have happened with him, because he showed up cold day in January. It was obvious he was socialized. Um, Once I started feeding him, he started coming to my door, meowing to come in. It was obvious he was okay with being inside. So he had been an indoor cat, at least part time. I'm thinking indoor, outdoor. Those are kind of you're almost like a detective. You have to look at the clues and try to
You
figure it
do.
out and
You
piece everything
do.
together. And so I'm thinking indoor, outdoor cat. But the thing that he didn't like was there were certain things, like he didn't like his belly touched, which, a lot of cats don't like that. But
Mhm.
he was very aggressive, and he would lay on my lap and I would pet him, and all once he would explode. He doesn't do that anymore. But in the very beginning, I would be touching him and all at once he would go, "Mwah!" And the
Yep.
thing is that he was seen by a vet. He was neuter. He had two vet visits before I actually brought him in here for good. One was just like a regular checkup and to see, because he had a wound on his face that I had been treating. I had been treating it while waiting for the vet, because 2020 we could hardly
Yeah.
find a vet, let alone get an appointment. And so by the time he went to the vet, that wound was pretty much healed. But the vet, he was fine with the vet and everything. He didn't blow up on the vet or anything. Vet said he was in good health. Then he went back and he got neutered again. Everything okay, nothing, no problem. He had a little bit of a elevated temperature, so they gave him a convena. Is it convena, the shot.
Convenient.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he gave him one of those. And so that was it. There wasn't anything that he saw that was out of the ordinary. So it was weird that this cat would lay on my lap, because, I mean, he checked him all over. So obviously it wasn't a medical thing, because
Yeah.
otherwise, if he had checked him all over and found some kind of pain area, the cat would have exploded on it.
Right.
So he would just like, all once he'd get up, he'd go crazy on me. And I'm like, okay, I don't know if this is going to work out. And then the other issue is, when my neighbor would come up the stairs, he would run underneath the chair and hide. And I'm like, okay. And I started to think, gee, I wonder if, I'm kind of wondering, was he abused? Was he in a domestic violence situation where, because when somebody's coming up the stairs, because he seemed to be okay with women, but like the men in our building, he wanted nothing to do with. But he
Mhm.
would, like, if I'd be talking to my neighbor, who's a man, if we were down in the parking lot talking, Rogue would circle, and he would just circle the whole time. He wouldn't come near my neighbor.
Yeah.
But after my neighbor left, he would come over to me. He's
See.
pretty much gotten over all of that now. But the thing is, like, there's signs. And
Yep.
if you have a cat that you can pick up, they're snuggling against you, they're obviously socialized, it's highly unlikely that they were abused. I mean,
There's certain things, like you said, an odd, like a overstimulation,
mhm.
aggression, hiding, weird eating habits, potty habits, very strange potty habits, over grooming. There are a particular set of signs that you can point to and say that's likely abuse.
Yeah. And it's trauma. It's just like people that have
Mhm.
trauma.
Yep.
You know, people that have trauma tend to have the same kind of issues. You
Yep.
know, they manifest differently. They might look differently from person to person, but you still see
You can.
consistently, you see, like, I'm diagnosed with complex PTSD. I'm a trauma impacted person. If I go into a store, people probably think, oh, she's casing the joint because I'm like this.
Yeah.
I'm looking all around. I'm
Yep.
checking everything. I want to know who's around me. You know, what's where are the cameras? What, because the cameras freak. I hate the cameras. They freak me out. I hate going. I won't go into Walmart anymore. I just can't because it's like going into
It's a little
Alcatraz.
ball. Yeah.
Yeah, you go in there. You actually there's like monitors as you're walking. It's like what the? It's just anxiety producing for me.
Yeah.
But you know, I've known other people, and I've done a lot of trauma informed care trainings. In fact, I've got certification in it, and it's, you know, it across the board. There's people will act a certain way. They might
Mhm.
It might be different from person to person, but the core of it's going to be the same.
Yep.
The core behavior is going to be the same. The hypervigilance,
Mhm.
the, you know, the mistrust, the
Yep.
need for control. There's a lot of, you know, so the same with cats or
Mhm.
dogs or any animal. You'll see symptoms of abuse.
Yeah. I mean,
I,
we can't diagnose, and I'm sorry, Nanya, go
Right.
ahead.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, we can't diagnose illnesses. We can't,
Mhm.
or issues because we weren't there or we're not vet, right, as rescuers. But we can look at the common sense. We can
And
look
no.
at our experience. We can look at things that we know that have happened to us as humans and how that relates to them and how they are living. We There are certain things, and that's what a regular rescuer does, and it's far different from, like I said, from a person that's I see a fluffy dollar sign.
Yeah. And you know, at the end of the day, honestly, and I know some people may not like that I'm going to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I mean, when you're treating the cat, when you rescue that cat, at that point, it doesn't really matter how they got the injury. What matters
Mhm.
is that they have the injury. The injury needs to be treated.
Uh,
That's what matters.
I'm sorry. Chris is saying goodnight. A comment popped up on my
Oh, maybe I
TV.
should say. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, Chris.
Good night.
Thank you for hanging out with us. Have a good night.
Don't ask me why it popped up. One comment popped up on my TV. But anyway, I was going to say the other day I took out a spray bottle, a little blue spray bottle with water, because for the grass that I grow, to spray it. And he looked at me like, oh no, and went running. And I'm like, from a spray bottle? So who knows what he did? Maybe somebody sprayed him with the hose. Who knows? And then he got wet
Yeah.
and stuck somewhere. But he didn't like the spray bottle, and I wasn't spraying him. I was spraying the grass. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
and again, we don't know too. I mean, I don't know his history. Obviously, he was socialized, and obviously, he had been in a home because he was very, you know, he walked right in the door. You know, he knew how to use the litter box. So, you know, maybe wherever he lived before, and again, that may not have been, it may, but then again, it might have been a misguided person that still thinks, oh, you know, spraying your cat is a good way to deter them from being
Yeah.
on the counter.
Yeah.
And it's not a good thing to do to your
That's true,
cat.
too.
It because of what Nanya just said.
Mhm.
It develops trust. You know, it can cause trust issues between
Mhm.
you and your cat. Really doesn't teach the cat anything.
Right.
Um, I mean, I know I wouldn't want somebody spraying me. I wouldn't even think, Wanda, stop it. I'd be like, yeah, I'm never dealing with you again.
Bye.
But Dawn, before we go any further, I want to read, Dawn sent me this article, which is really good. And I want to read this. It's about compassion fatigue in the animal rescue community. So this is an article. I'm just going to read the article because it does have some tips here, as Dawn was talking about earlier, about how people that are involved in animal rescue, whether you're involved, whether you're a volunteer or you're doing what Dawn and I are doing, or you're actually running a rescue. These are some tips that you can use to maybe help. So, compassion fatigue is emotional exhaustion caused by the stress of caring for traumatized or suffering animals or people. It is found among the animal rescue community's underserved, unappreciated, and uncomplaining caregivers. Animal rescue heroes get tired too. Scott Poor could easily be mistaken for Superman. As founder, animal rescue worker extraordinaire, Scott wears many hats: fundraiser, animal rescue guru, shelter dogs and cats advocate, animal transporter, foster dog dad, social media influencer, t-shirt seller, storyteller, animal lover, you name it. No job is too big or too small for Scott to take on. Scott loves what he does. It's his passion and calling. He left his corporate job to do animal rescue, and he is good at it. Scott spends every day of the week helping long-term shelter pets find homes. In addition, he volunteers whenever he can at animal shelters, pet adoption events, and any cause that touches his heart. And on top of that, he sells pet-themed apparel and goods to make his animal rescue work possible. All of this might sound fun and easy. Scott spends every day around dogs and cats and showers them with love and affection. Who doesn't want to love on some pets every day? But sit back and imagine for a minute what a day in the life of Scott or your favorite animal rescue hero is generally like. Every day they see and hear story after story of animal suffering. They see and hear of horrible neglect, abuse, and abandonment. They see animals in pain because they are lonely and have no place to call home. They see animal shelters struggling to provide primary resources for their animals because they are at capacity. They see animals sad and scared at the back of their kennel, getting passed by day after day with no one looking at them to adopt. And in shelters that euthanize, they see the same animals that they were caring for being killed because of behavior issues, illness, or just lack of room, overpopulation. According to the ASPCA, about 6.5 million companion animals enter animal shelters every year in the United States. Think about that for a minute. 6.5 million companion animals. But unfortunately, only about 50% get adopted. And while more and more places are calling for no-kill policies, no-kill shelters still might euthanize. According to NPR, 90% of animals brought in are adopted or rehomed. The remaining 10% are elderly or sick pets that can be put down. So every year, approximately 15 million are euthanized. Animal rescue workers can experience a wide range of emotions on any given day. Seeing an animal find a loving forever home can bring joy one moment. Seeing an abandoned, abused, and scared animal can bring heartbreak the next. There is tremendous reward for workers and volunteers in animal rescue. But on the flip side, those same workers and volunteers are regularly exposed to animal suffering and death, putting them at risk for depression, anxiety, and even suicide. The expectation that we can be immersed in suffering and loss daily and not be touched by it is as unrealistic as expecting to be able to walk through water without getting wet. Dr. Naomi Rachel Riemann. Understanding what compassion fatigue looks like in animal rescue. Those who work with companion animals know they are the luckiest people. They spend their days with dogs and cats, volunteering or working at shelters, running rescue groups, or even working in veterinary practices. They save lives, but they also hear about the pain and suffering an animal has endured. It's difficult, for an animal rescuer not to feel pain knowing the tragedy an animal has endured. It's something they carry with them. They make it their goal to ensure that dog or cat will never feel pain again, but it's a goal that one can't guarantee. Compassion fatigue is an occupational hazard of animal rescue work. It's the emotional distress and burnout that come from trying to save every dog and cat you encounter. Animal rescue work requires one to respond compassionately and effectively to the constant demand of those suffering in need. Compassion fatigue is emotional exhaustion caused by the stress of caring for traumatized or suffering animals or people. Tulane. Compassion fatigue affects one's ability to experience empathy towards others. Shelter workers carry a heavy burden compared to other helping professionals. They deal with the pain and suffering of shelter animals who cannot articulate their needs and experiences. One day they are caring for an animal, and the next they may have to end that animal's life. They hear horrifying stories of animal abuse or witness the consequences of what an animal suffered when they are rehabilitating the animal. According to a recent study by the American Journal of Preventive Medicine, animal rescue workers have a suicide rate of 50. What is that? Wait here. I think that's 53. 53 in 1 million workers. The highest suicide rate among American workers, and a rate shared by firefighters. I have to make sure my cat doesn't. The one cat doesn't pull down the ring. Um, Compassion fatigue symptoms are elevated displays. No, wait. The highest suicide rate among American workers, and a rate shared only by firefighters and police officers. Compassion fatigue symptoms are elevated displays of chronic stress resulting from the caregiving shelter workers provide resulting from the caregiving shelter workers provide every day. According to the Traumatology Institute, compassion fatigue is similar to PTSD, known as secondary traumatic stress disorder. Like PTSD, compassion fatigue can lead to depression and thoughts of suicide. When someone is helping others make it through traumatic experiences, they 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 help what? They help can develop their own reaction to that trauma. As a result, compassion fatigue can suddenly become symptomatic, triggered by seemingly unrelated events of things that wouldn't usually elicit a strong emotional response. Compassion fatigue or secondary traumatic stress disorder signs can include feeling irritable, anxious, or angry, insomnia, emotional numbness, mental, physical, and or emotional exhaustion, impaired decision making, isolation, dissatisfaction in work career, avoiding reminders relating to the event, dreading working for or caring of another and then feeling guilty as a result, increase in compulsive behaviors that cause more problems like hoarding, poor work life balance. Coping and preventing compassion fatigue. Animal rescue work can be all consuming physically, mentally, and emotionally. It's why self care is so crucial for one's mental well being. Real self care isn't about massage and green juices. It's about choosing to create a life that you don't feel the need to regularly check out of. Real self care is doing things you don't initially want to do, but choosing to do what's uncomfortable. It's about recognizing signs of burnout, depression, chronic stress, or compassion fatigue, and then using self care practices to manage and de escalate those feelings. True self care practices, regularly implemented, should consist of a balanced, nutritious diet. So there you go, Catitude. An exercise plan, because Catitude's now going to educate us on being a vegetarian,
Oh God.
or a vegan. An exercise plan recommended 150 minutes of moderate activity a week, a routine schedule of restful sleep, a balance between work and leisure, self-awareness and reflection of emotional needs, setting emotional boundaries, using positive coping strategies in times of stress like meditation, yoga, taking a walk, talking with a friend, relaxing in a hot bath, etc. Your level of stress and how you feel about your animal rescue work can change from day to day. By regularly taking notes on how you feel, you can track your stress and compassion fatigue levels over time. You could try rating how you feel on a scale of 1 to 10. The scale is up to you. but 1 could be no symptoms at all, 5 could be a few symptoms that come and go, and 10 could be that your symptoms are so severe and unrelenting that your health is at serious risk. By keeping an eye on your compassion fatigue levels and top symptoms over time, you can notice and take action before you reach a severe stage like 8 and up. Your work matters, but your mental health is more important. Your work matters. Every day you help save animals' lives. You might not be able to save them all, but don't underestimate the importance of those you save. That one act of kindness makes a difference to the animal and the humans who will love them. Your mental health is important. The experiences you see and hear daily can be heartbreaking, but learning to not ignore, normalize, or expect feelings of burnout and compassion fatigue to go away is crucial to your well being. In the meantime, please remember that the work you do is critical and that the homeless pets need you. However, the only way that you can best care for the animals is to first take care of yourself.
Yep.
I think that was an excellent article, and thank you for sending it my way. And I have to see what Catitude said here. Okay, can't say it. Yay, vegan. Yeah. So I'm actually let me see if I can put this up here. So I'm gonna do these. So I'm gonna put that up if anybody needs that.
Oh my God. I just clicked on, remember I shut myself off earlier by accident and I disappeared?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, on the side, I don't know if you see it on the side, there's a thing like YouTube and it says private chat comments. I just clicked on the comments, which I was supposed to do earlier and shut myself off, but I clicked on the comments and everybody's comment is there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I wasn't seeing that before.
I was wondering why. I'm just gonna leave this hotline up for a little bit, and then I have another one that I'll put up because I know YouTube doesn't like the S word, but it's reality for a lot of people.
Yeah, that's what
I mean, I don't know. It's a legitimate mental health concern, and yeah, when you're dealing in a lot of what, if you listen to what I read, a lot of what was in that article were things that Dawn was talking about. How she feels isolated, how she, she's drained, and it is draining. And there's a lot of frustration, and I don't know about you, Dawn, but I know with me, there's times when I'm like, do I have to go down and I just want to go to bed. I don't want to do this. I love these cats, but I look at them and go, can't somebody else take care of you for just one night?
I don't even do half or a third of what you guys do. But when I had my 3, prior to Valentino, there were days that me, myself, and I would be like, oh, I got to get up and feed them. Oh, I got to clean the litter box. Oh, my God. And that was only 3. So I can't even imagine what you guys go through with that.
It's been incredibly hard. Recently there was a time that, I wasn't engaging with our community because for like 2 weeks, because I just couldn't. I had nothing. My tank was so empty. I couldn't even relate,
Right.
It was just this endless cycle, it seemed like, of wake up, work my legs off, fall into the bed. I might get like a 20-minute nap.
Right.
My heart was literally breaking. I mean, like physically, I had chest pain. I was in the ER, honestly.
Yeah.
In the ER. And guess who put me there? I did. Because I didn't take care of myself.
Right.
And I had to face facts. And you know how hard that was? I'm not a person that gives 2 nickels about myself.
Right.
I'm a person that everything is for someone or something else. And to admit to myself that, hey, nobody is, you got to do for yourself. Nobody is in charge of you. You have to do for yourself.
Right.
And I had to really accept that I had to do for myself. I had to change my diet. I had to change what I did, during the day. I had to literally learn to accept help. If Russ came home and said, "Hey, I'll do that for you," I literally really could never accept his help. And I've had to do that. I've had to say, yeah, will you do it? Will you carry in 2 40-pound bags of cat litter from the van to the house?
Right.
That's 80 pounds that I can't carry right now, and I do that like almost every day. Every other day I do that, 80 pounds of litter. And it's a good 75 feet that I got to slog that. And I'm 54 years old.
I was gonna say I can't even do it. My body is all messed up, and I'm 56. But my body's all messed up. There's no way I'm carrying 140-pound bag. I gotta drag it. Oh no!
And see. So I did make changes, and I'm feeling better now, and I'm back to engaging with the community again, and it really feels good. But I'm still not out of the woods, and I know it, and I'm working on it. Good. But it's a thing that rescue's a thing that's not rainbows and butterflies. It's not, I get to play with puppies and kitties and whatever.
And you know what's funny? Because you say that, I also, when I was in North Carolina, they were building up a brand new not a pet sitting. What do you call that when you bring your animal when you're going on vacation?
Yeah.
Like a boarding place. Like a
like a
hotel for them.
Pet hotel. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh, I saw them building it up, and I'm like, I'm getting a job there. Guess what? I got the job there. Guess what? I'm no longer there because I'm in my head, oh, I'm going to get to play with the animals every day. No, you have to wash the cage, not the cages, but the area they're in. You got to wash them all every morning, wash them all every evening. Remember to write down their medicines. And I'm like, oh, hell no. I can't do that either.
Yeah.
But I had in my mind, play.
Yeah.
It's more than that.
It's way more than that. It's a whole different reality. Mm-hmm. And, you might see some new people coming into it thinking, oh, I'm going to start my own shelter or do this whole rescue thing. And what they don't realize is all of this. They don't realize all of the hard stuff.
Everything.
And, and then they get into it and they're like, I didn't know it was going to be like this, or, I can't do this.
And that's basically though with even with Amazon, I was telling, what's this one over here in the corner? Wanda. Oh God, I couldn't remember your name. I was telling her, until I worked for Amazon myself, then I could speak, like how they are. You don't know what something entails until you're actually in it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another story. But anyway. Yeah, it's crazy because you only see the outside, what glitters.
Sure.
Until you go through that glitter and you find out what's on the other side.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm now putting up the SAMHSA. So SAMHSA is substance abuse, mental health services association or something. But they are the organization that you call and they can help you, direct you to mental health services, to anything that you need. If you need therapists, if you need maybe if you need a recovery center, whatever, they can help you with that. Niff, stop. I mean to fit over there.
Those are really good resources, and I hope anyone out there that needs them does take advantage of them, I mean, I'm just going to say it, there's no shame. There's no shame in getting yourself help. You know it? A lot of people think, oh, I could never do that. How embarrassing. I have to tell somebody this, that, and the other. No, it's not an embarrassment. You're taking care of yourself, and that's not an embarrassment. That's a responsibility.
Yeah, years ago it was all hush hush. Now it's the norm. Everybody has an issue. To me, I have my anxiety and my depression. Where's my pills? Right there. There's my pills. I'm not ashamed of it. I don't.
No.
What am I gonna do?
You're taking care of yourself. That's great. I mean, that's the realness. You got to do what you got to do.
Yep.
Gertrude says that's what's under the glitter, Nunya. Penguin poop.
Oh, shush. I see her. That's what's under the glitter. You penguin poop.
Hey, now, Russ already went to bed.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I just realized I'm looking at the cat. I just saw her in here now that I know the comments are there. Lord.
Yeah, and Gertrude said, I don't know, Dawn, if you saw this, but Gertrude says, Ruby Dawn, you have made the world a better place for animals and people.
Oh, thank you. I really, sometimes I tend to lie to myself, and I tell myself that I'm just a garbage person, and that's the reason that I can relate to the cats, is because they already see my trashiness and they don't care.
Animals don't care. They're unconditional love. They don't care if your breath smells. They don't care if
they don't care.
They don't care.
They don't care. So then, when I tell myself that, I really feel bad, and then I think about it, and I'm like, well, dang. If they don't care and they love me, well, then I think they're super. Right. So that must mean I'm pretty dang good, because if they love me, then I must be something.
Yep. That's how I feel.
I mean, that's where this puts you. It really can sometimes mess with your head,
Yeah. Yes, it can.
But you get turned away, you get turned down, you get looked at like, gosh, something is really wrong with you to be, just giving up everything, giving up a nice home, an easy life, pretty things. What's wrong with you that you're just giving everything in your life to cats, and they don't even belong to you. What's going on in your head? That ain't right. You're just a crazy cat lady.
You want to hear my answer? For somebody to ask me that? Do you want to hear my answer? I don't think you want to hear my answer. It's like none of your fucking business. How about that? It's my life. It's what I want to do. Period.
Yeah.
Sorry. My medicine. I was disappointed. Anyway, sorry.
Hey,
I don't think it's anybody's business what a person does with their life when it's their life. That's what I mean. Yeah. If that's what makes you happy, if you can do it, and that's what makes you happy, what?
Yeah.
And Gertrude says, what's wrong with them that they don't help?
Thank you. Thank you, Gertrude.
Yeah.
They're penguin poop, Gertrude. That's what's wrong with them. They're penguin poop.
One thing I will say, and I don't know if this is just my opinion or what, but I know, well, most of the people that I've known that were involved in, animal welfare and rescue and that sort of thing, almost all of the ones I've known had trauma in their lives outside of, rescue and stuff. Just in general, some sort of trauma happened in their lives. And I think it takes a person who's been through really bad circumstances at least once in their life to be able to actually really feel and understand and know what is the animals are going through, and to feel the compassion and be able to actually feel the needs of the animal on a emotional level because they've been there, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, and you can. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nunya.
Back in New York, I had no job or whatever at one point, and I had the 3 cats and me. And my landlord at that time was saying, all right, you can't pay your rent, so you gotta go. And now I'm between a rock and a hard place because a lot of places don't take cats. So what does my own family, my father, what does he say to me? Well, you can come back home, but you got to get rid of the cats. Well, you know what? I'll live on the fucking street in a box with my 3 cats before I do that. And guess what? I found a place under the short nick of time minute with me and my 3 cats elsewhere.
Aww.
They weren't going nowhere. That's why I said he don't love me yet, but he ain't going no damn where. He likes to bite me.
No, they're love bites.
No, they're hard as hell.
But that's how cats they do. That's how they show affection.
Marks on the back of my calf. He runs out and he's like, meat. No, they're not love bites. They hurt as hell. But yeah, he's not going anywhere. And that's just me. So for my father to say that, you can come back home, but okay. Meh, don't think so.
See, that's the thing that Wanda and me and, other people have addressed in some of the talks that we've done, where people actually ended up homeless, lost their pets, even though they were desperately trying to hold on to them. And it was, oh man, it was a rough day that day, I think, for the whole group of us to talk about that stuff. And it happens all the time.
It does.
And everything, that all has to get changed.
I was going to say they need to have shelter or whatever the case, where if you do end up homeless, somewhere to go with your pets, that you don't have to leave them behind.
That's right. Yeah.
Even hurricane evacuations or whatever, a lot of the places you go come because of the hurricane, but you got to leave the animal home. What the hell sense does that make? They're going to drown in the hurricane? I don't think so. Whoa.
Yeah. So it's all wrong.
Change too. Shelters.
Yeah. Let's see. Gertrude said, you all have empathy and compassion, and we know that is greatly needed now. Kaditu says, I agree, Nunya. Gertrude's laughing at you, Nunya. And Gertrude said, we agree, Nunya. Kitty, stay, you hit the road. Yeah, and Dawn, going back to your talking about trauma, that's how I worked with the cats back in 2020, because I had lived with dogs pretty much my entire life. I had we had one house cat that she had been a stray, just showed up and we took her in. But she was basically treated like a little dog because, back in the day, we didn't know all the stuff that we know now. And, when I started working with them, it was a steep learning curve because I didn't know, I've had very limited experience with cats. I mean, I have friends that had a cat and things like that, but I had very limited experience with cats. And I didn't know all the nuances of the difference between cats and dogs. And working with the cats that were in the colony, because at that point it was just Lucy, Lawless, Wuss Puss, and Rogue. There was just the 4 of them. And I was your mama, Lucy. That's Niff Niff. He wants really bad to jump on my computer and I won't let him. Because I can just imagine everything going flying. So what I did was one day I was trying to coax I forget, I think it was Lucy. I was trying to my goal was to pet Lucy, and I was trying to pet her, and She didn't want anything to do with me. And I started thinking, okay, and at that point I had been doing this trauma training, this 18-month-long trauma training, that at the end of it you would become a trauma informed professional, I think is the certification. Anyway, it came with certification. And I know our instructor said at one point that, a lot of what trauma informed care is just really meeting people where they are. And, at that moment, like just meeting them where they are at that moment and working with whatever the situation is at that moment. And I started to think about that. And I thought, okay, what would make her more comfortable? Like she didn't really, she didn't want to be petted. So what I started to do is I started to just put my finger out, and she would come and just like sniff my finger. And then slowly that advanced to, I would just do that, and then I started moving up and then moving up, and then eventually she started to actually come into the apartment, and I would give her chicken, and while she was eating the chicken I would just gently touch her. And eventually, I mean, you see shorts of her now where I can't get away from her. She follows me everywhere, and the tail, like you, Dawn, the tail's going like this. I mean, it's like catitude. You've seen the shorts with Abra and Lucy running to me, and their tails are wagging. Oh. And Abra was born outside, and I mean, this is again coming back to the rescue thing. I spent hours sitting in our parking lot. Like I would sit like kind of between the cars where nobody could see me, because it's like late 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the city. I don't really want to be out there announcing that I'm out there. Or I would go across the people that own this building own a building on the other side, and at that time they had a gate that I could get in there, and that's where the kittens would be hiding out. So I would go over there and sneak over late at night, and I would play with the kittens, and I would just play with the kittens. I had these little fuzzy mice that rattle. I can't tell you how many of those little fuzzy mice were just scattered around the alley, because the kittens would grab them and run off with them, and I couldn't get them back. And I would be like going out the next night, and I would be walking around for the kittens and seeing like these little mice laying all through the alley. And I mean, I remember Abra loved them, and she had one that she carried with her everywhere. And she kept it in her, they were living in this old rundown shed, and she kept it in that shed, because when I would look through, there was cracks, on the sides, and it was old, it was falling apart, so there were cracks that you could look in, and I could see her in there, and I could see this mouse, and this thing was like nasty. It was like cake. You could barely see it was red, but she still carried that thing around. It was just so, it's like these cats didn't have anything. They didn't have any experience with toys. They didn't know what toys were. Mm-hmm. And so that's what I do with the outdoor cats. I take them, I take Nip down to them off and on. I give them Nip. Sometimes I'll take a toy out and try to play with them. And some of them know how to play. And it's like, okay, you know how to play. You probably were a stray.
Yeah.
Or, I'm actually, I want to take the spinning fish, the puzzle that Fury can't figure out.
Oh. He's gonna get it.
I know he's going to. Every time he goes for it, I pull out the camera and I'm with the phone, and I'm like, come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. And I have to fight the urge to go down and spin it for him, because he's like, and he keeps for you. He keeps doing this with his ball, with the dish.
How do you get this thing out? It's somewhere in there.
And see. Abra hoarded those. Yes, she did. She hoarded the mice. Yeah, Fury is. Yeah. Bubba Fury.
Aww.
They are, and they. I think I don't know about you, Dawn, but I know, they help me a lot. They help me keep going.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I didn't have them, I probably would have given up a long time ago.
Oh, yeah, me too. Yeah. There for a while, and I think this speaks to my recent problems. There for a while, I had my son at home, and all of my focus was basically on his life and stuff, and he has a lot of challenges, and so I had to focus. And yeah, the cats were part of my life, but I had that really strong focus with my kiddo, and then with them moving out and getting, starting adult life, that was a big shift. And then situations with my own house and other things, and then the colony just exploding out here because I can't seem to get help and the money is dwindling, and all of it compounded. And I think that's where I backslid, and if it wasn't for them and me getting up out of bed every day to do for them, I don't think I would have come round to figuring out, okay, I got to do for me too, because I can't do for me if for them if I'm not doing for me.
Right.
And yeah. So it's really weird because it was this whole big shift in my life that I knew was coming. Obviously, your kids grow up, right? But it just, I don't know. I thought I was fine. I thought I was fine, and I wasn't fine. And I'm starting to be okay now, but it's still an everyday thing, and that responsibility of, okay, I got to switch the responsibility from the kiddo, which is my anchor, to letting the cats be my anchor, and learning how to do that and take care of myself in the absence of taking care of my kiddo.
Right.
So, life is just, it can hit you like a freight train out of nowhere land.
Yes, it can.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Ruby Dawn, Gertrude says, Ruby Dawn, your children leaving home is challenging enough on its own. Bless your awesome possum heart.
Thanks. There's a learning curve to parenting when you first have your kids, and then there's a learning curve of letting them go.
Yeah. There's
Yeah,
no
it's the
book.
same. It's just the same with the cats. You get to learn about them when you take them in and you assess them, and then you bond with them, and then you gotta let them go.
And that's where I fail.
Hey, I can't say I'm perfect either. I'm in this tiny little place here. I mean, it's tiny to me. It's about 1,000 square feet.
Mhm.
And I've probably got around 20 in the house right now.
And how
It's
many outside?
Um, it varies. It varies. There's times where I might only have maybe, I don't know, maybe like 15. And then there's other times where it just takes a wild swing. But what the problem is I've got colonies all around my colony that
Okay.
they'll come in from other places, from other colonies. I've got a colony behind our neighborhood in a subdivision about 3 blocks away that has almost 50 cats. And sometimes they'll migrate and come here if their prospects have dried up.
right.
If there's no females in heat. And, so even when I have TNR'd my little heart out, um, it's sadly not gonna make it all better because they're
Yeah.
just gonna come from the beyond
Right.
because I'm the only one in the pit doing the work.
Mm.
Yeah, it's really, I know when I started, well, after in 2021, I had, let's see, the colony was Lucy, Lawless, Wuss, Tora, Abra, and Shizuku. So everybody, Shizuku still hasn't been neutered because the little bugger refuses to get into a trap. So
Oh,
he's tricky. But everybody else is done. And for a while, I mean, for probably like most of 2021, it was pretty stable. I didn't
yeah.
have issues with them. And then it started, I started to get more and more and more. And like now, and I still have the regulars,
Yeah.
but and I think it's a combination of the SBCA and their new policies of not taking in any strays. So cats are being dumped. And
Yeah.
then, of course, people don't spay and neuter.
Mhm.
And again, I have mixed feelings on that because we can't just point fingers and say these people are horrible people because they don't spay and neuter, because you also, not everybody may have transportation, or not everybody may have the money to, excuse me, to get it done. SBCA, if you have to have a long wait, if you have to have the money up front, if you have, I mean, there could be lots of barriers to that.
Mhm.
But things, and I think we need to be better at taking down those barriers and helping people. I guess because it's coming to a point where it's a critical mass here with cats.
Yeah.
So, anything that you can do to get people, like this woman next door that has the cat that, oh, she wants to live outside. And I basically told her, I said, you can put her in a trap and take her, because she said, well, we'll pay for it. I said, well, you can put her in a trap. You can rent a trap from the I mean, I know she has the money to do this. She can go to the SPCA. She has a car. She has, like, I don't know, they have like 5 cars. You have the resources. You could go rent a trap, put your cat in the trap, take your cat during open hours, which are early in the morning, drop them off, or if you can't do it, let your husband do it, and then bring her. I mean, there's no reason that somebody like her doesn't have the cat spayed. There's no reason.
Yeah.
Instead of telling me like, oh, well, I'll pay for it. I Because I said, well, I can get it done. She said, okay, well, I'll pay for it. I'm like, okay, but are you really going to pay for it?
Mm.
Personally, I would rather just pay for it and then have the paperwork that basically says I had it done. So if anything's said, I'll say, look, there's no, hey, guys, we're trying to be professional here. This isn't a dog and pony and cat show.
He just ran across.
He probably, Lucy's outside. His girlfriend's probably outside.
Oh.
Lucy's probably outside waiting for him. Is Lucy outside waiting for you? Is your Lucy friend out there? Is that the problem?
What are you doing?
And this one's just sleeping until I get up. He's gonna come after my cats.
Oh no.
Tell you.
So you have so you have issues like that. You have, I'm just going to get, and I'll get the paperwork, because the paper, she's not microchipped, and the paperwork will say that I'm the one that paid for it. I'm the colony manager, and then I'll see about maybe getting her placed somewhere if I can find placement for her. We have quite a few cats down there that could definitely be placed. They could definitely have.
What happened to that little one with the tilted?
Catitude said, we don't need professional. Well, that's good, Catitude, because it ain't happening here.
Oh man, my camera's bouncing all over the place because I'm getting mauled by a little white kid. Thinks he's got to get on me. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. He was taking his head and like pushing my, yeah. Dude, I'm trying to pet you, but I'm busy.
They're all like, no more. We want the attention. No more.
Yeah, I was afraid Nif was going to. So I got this. So for those of you, because I know Catitude has sent some things to Abra, but for people that will be the rewatch gang, for those people who have donated to helping me support the colony and the indoor cats, but mainly the colony, because that's what I really need the help with. Because they were so generous and helped out so much, I was able to buy a ring light off of Amazon. It was marked, it was like, I don't know, I got it for $20. It was something like $40, and it had like the the limited time like $20 coupon or whatever. I'm like, wow. It was rated really it was a highly rated thing, really nice, and that's what I'm using tonight. So I have my
Is it hot?
No, not really. It has different settings. So you can set it lower, which I actually set it lower because I was, Dawn was, I said, Dawn, tell me when it's good. Because I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I just,
oh my God.
I actually,
what you see is what you get.
I'm gonna. I have to do something.
How many live streams? How many live streams pull somebody from their chat into the?
I had
because my comments aren't showing. My comments aren't showing.
I didn't even eat.
Nunya, you need to get a pair of hot pink gloves so when you're sitting here, you can do this.
Oh, my hands are a little pink. Why is it? Oh, wrong hand. I couldn't figure what the heck I was doing.
Oh my God. Gertrude said, this is what happens when Gen X gets on YouTube. Yeah.
The culprit himself.
See, Gertrude, this was going to be this really serious stream. Like, we were going to do this whole thing about exploiting animals for content, and we're going to have the trauma and resilience, TNR. And I thought this is going to be serious. This is going to be serious journalism, man. And we get on here and we're all ready. And then I get these texts, Wanda, my comments aren't showing up. What do I do? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm doing a live stream right now. Do you want to come on? Okay, well, I'll just maybe sit here and hang out. Okay.
Hey, this is great. It's great.
Aww.
The next best thing to actually being with, as a family or whatever, buddies and stuff, getting together. This is as close as it's going to get, and having a community is like the most important thing.
Because we can relate. We understand each other.
It really is. We all need to be able to interact with each other, and because we understand.
Gertrude said, did you see Gertrude? Gertrude says, you planned a serious stream and Nunya was the guest? No. Okay, so here's what happened, Gertrude. Okay, here's what wait, I got to pull up the messages so you can get the full effect of what happened. So I come on, so I'm planning on interviewing Dawn because Dawn is where the issue. Dawn reached out to me and said, she's really frustrated. She sees these content creators, they rescue a cat one time and then they use that as content, and they're constantly doing videos of the cat, and the cat isn't getting the care it needs, and she's frustrated. And I said, okay, well, why don't you come on and we'll do a stream about it? She said, okay. So that was the original plan. It was going to be me and Dawn. Well, then, so I get on here, and I no sooner get on the stream and I get this text from Nunya. Comments still aren't showing. So I'm like, okay, I don't know what to do. You can text me I said, you can text me, during the stream, because I don't know what to do. I can't really, I can't, because I'll take the stream down if I try to figure it out. And then I get, it has to be something in your settings because emojis aren't available on your shorts for me either. I'm like, again, okay, I don't know what to do. I'm like, I don't know what button to push to make that. to change that. And then I hear, maybe I'm blocked by accident because it's only yours lives. Okay. So then I said, okay, well, I don't know what else to do. If you want, look, I have the capacity to have more than one guest. Do you want to come on as a guest? And that way you can participate in the conversation. And she says, LOL, I would just sit here, but that would be cool. Okay. So here we are. And here we are. 2 hours later, here we are.
Well, here's the thing. There was a reason that Nunya was sus about the comments. Something that he and I had talked about on the phone earlier. So I'm glad that it wasn't that. No, I'm real glad, and I'm real glad it got sorted out.
I don't think because my comments still are.
Yeah, her comments still are. I'll email. I'll look and find the help for what is this? StreamYard. I'll look for the help with StreamYard, and I'll ask them, what can I do or what happened?
But I don't think it is StreamYard because it's the YouTube 30-second the shorts.
Yeah.
I'm like, where the hell are my emojis? I do for anybody who is on a laptop, a Windows laptop.
Mm-hmm.
The way you could get emojis is, that little Windows key on the keyboard?
Yeah.
The Windows key plus the semicolon brings up the emoji screen.
Okay.
Anywhere you are on your computer, put it that way, not only YouTube. So when I was looking for the emojis on the short, I'm like, it's telling me the words, people, animals. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Oh no.
But it's only on yours. So for anybody, the Windows button and the semicolon will bring up the emojis, and you can pick whatever you want wherever you're at, even if you're in an email. Press it. It won't shut you off.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's the Windows key and the semicolon together.
I don't even think I have a Windows key. Do I have a Windows key?
Are you on a laptop?
Yeah.
Go all the way down by the space bar.
Okay.
You see the little 4 squares? White
yeah.
squares? That's the Windows key. You
press
okay. That and the semicolon together, and it'll pop up on your screen, the emoji box.
Okay.
Did you see it?
No, I'm not going to do it right now. I don't want to mess up.
Shut you off.
You don't know that.
I do.
Do you know that for sure?
I'm pressing it. It came up. It's over on the comment side. Now I can put a comment in there. Let me see. I'll put my laughs. Let me see if it goes in. Come on. I can't see. Okay.
What is he doing over there? Oh, he was sleeping.
Gen X class taught by Professor Nunya.
What?
Oh, hey, Grayson. Did you wake?
Oh,
hi.
I heard a little mew mew.
Yeah. He woke up. Now he's going to his chair. He's going back to his spot. He's talking to me. He's like, I'm tired.
I got to do a whole connect thing because of the YouTube business, so I'm not messing with that. But you won't disconnect. You're connected with YouTube and StreamYard. You press the window button and you could just see it. You don't even just close it. That's all. And the semicolon together and the pop-up box with all the emojis.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
So that's what I had to use because on your shorts, the little smiley face with the emojis and everything wasn't there. That's one like it's something on your side.
I don't know. I'll have to look around and see, but I don't think you're blocked or banned. I don't know how that would have happened.
I don't know. No, by accident.
Well, maybe. I don't know. I mean, YouTube's unsubscribing people. So
they've been doing that and they're getting
they do that. And my comments have been deleted too.
I had to subscribe to a couple of true crime people that I was subscribed to, and I'm like, what the hell? I had to resubscribe to them.
And the thing about it is, you never know.
I don't know who that was for.
I don't know either. I think that might have been a troll. So
I hope, because I was ready. My mouth was ready to say,
yeah, I don't know what that was about. I think that was somebody just trying to cause trouble, but they're gone. I just didn't know how to delete it, so I didn't realize that. That's kind of cool. Let's see if this. Let's see. Look, I didn't know you could do that.
Oh, I see it. I see Gertrude's comment now.
Yay!
Yeah, see, look at that. Well, Jill the Pill, if you're still watching, thanks. You taught me something. Your stupid comment.
Yeah.
Showed me a cool feature. So thanks, Jill the Pill. We love our trolls. Trolling. Keep those.
You're gonna have me dreaming of that thing.
And in all seriousness, so I mean, honestly, it's really not cattiness. It's facts. This is the way things are, and there's no.
She could be catty up my ass. Let her go. Goodbye. God.
Well, Jill the Pill might be one of those chicks that I found a stray kitty.
Probably. I saw the thing and I was ready to say something.
Yeah, I was like, too.
And I saw your face and I was like, I hope she saw what I just saw.
I did see it. Yeah.
I can't see nothing except for the chair and the cat. That's funny.
Look at Gertrude.
Right. This is exactly Gertrude. I tell you, people get me sick. I swear to God.
Moon.
Oh, what are you doing?
Oops, I'm trying to.
Oh.
Okay.
Wait, Grayson's sitting there. And who was on top?
That was Moon. She's about, I'd say she's about 6 months old. Here, let me see. Oh, there's your.
She got some big ears.
She is something else. She took to Ross like nobody's business. She waits for him to come home at night. She lays in his office chair waiting all day.
Oh, how cute is that?
And then he comes home and she licks him like a puppy. It's hilarious.
Aww.
That's his little girl. She's real tiny.
What do you call those gray cats? Oh, good Lord.
A blue, a Russian blue.
Yeah.
I don't know. She's just one of these colony cats that we brought. She was in rough shape. I don't know if you can see. I don't know. She's got there's something funky going on with her. The white one there is her brother. Yeah, so they're gonna fight now. Well, not fight, but tussle because they're siblings, and he's telling her, "Hey, lay off! I want the pets."
Aww.
And but she's half his size, and there's something going on. Her eyes are extremely slanty, and I don't know if there's something genetic going on with her. Maybe that's why she was rejected by the mom cat. And then he's very bonded to her, so he went with her when she was rejected. So I don't know. I mean, that's how they ended up in my house because this is the house of misfit toys, and this is where they all end up. He has come so far. You couldn't when he first came here. He didn't even want me to touch him. Now he wants me to pet. He's just
a pretty color. His tails, his ears. He's like my Mew Mew, except the tail and the ears were gray, dark gray.
Yeah, he's got the flint point markings. So they're not Siamese, but they must have something in their background because you see the orange ears, and then the tail is too. So that's a flint point coloring. But then she's like the Russian blue, so I'm very confused as to their parentage.
That's weird, yeah. But they're all cute.
I'll tell you,
Or
My
scanny
pink is
eyes
probably
too.
just as muttly as theirs. So.
Yeah. Oh, before I forget, Dawn. Dawn?
Yes.
Oh, okay. To the post office tomorrow.
Perfect.
Okay. I didn't make it today,
That's all right.
but I got it packed up and ready to go.
Awesome. That will help a lot.
Yeah. And I found the second one. Remember I said there was two in there?
Yeah.
But there was only one when I looked. The other one, I found the other one in my room because my chunk of monk was too big for it. So I packed it up with it also. So you're getting two.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Those are gonna be really helpful because these two kittens here are on pills every day. And
Yeah.
then of course Grayson, he's got liquid antibiotics and then all the treating the leg and all that. So
Oh, yeah. It'll help.
yeah.
Yeah. Look at
Flame Point Siamese. I don't know
Yeah.
what is this? How did I get in GBT?
yeah, I've seen
Some Flame Point. Oh.
I'm
Dorit.
sure, like, if I went to the living room, if the movement of the camera doesn't make people sick, I'll take you into the living room, and I'm sure I've got like a boatload more I can show you.
Yeah.
My house is not great, but I'll be
Oh,
willing
please.
for it.
We're not looking at the house. We're looking for the cats.
I am more than willing to share because I'm not a dirty cat hoarder.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, you got a dog?
I have two dogs. Okay.
Oh, see, I can't. Somebody asked me when my last cat passed. She said, "Would you think about getting a dog?" Now, I grew up with dogs with my parents or whatever, but I don't relate to dogs. Like I don't know how to. My girlfriend in New York, when she comes to visit, she brings a little dog. I'm
Yeah.
not comfortable with a dog. Where a cat, I'm like, they're second nature to me. I'm
Right.
not. I can't relate to a dog. I don't know, but I love them.
That right there is my old gal and my old man. He is 14 and she's just gonna be 14 in the spring. So
Oh,
they're really close to each other and they always stay together.
yeah.
And then this little girl down here, I don't know if you can really see her. It's really kind of dark. I don't know. But got a couple of them out here.
Yeah.
There's another one of my void cats. That's Pip. And
Oh.
the red guy, he's a trip. He oh he is a trip, but his best friend is that apricot.
Oh.
Anyway, he has basically kitty ADHD and he parkours off the walls like literally for real.
Oh, oh,
Uh,
I
it's
believe
insane.
it.
No, here's one that's interesting. If I can get her.
Oh.
Come here, girl. She's got a Pikachu tail.
Who said that?
Huh?
Who said Pikachu tail?
I did. This little kitty here. Her tail is shaped like a Pikachu tail.
Oh.
That one.
Oh, look at him. And
Yep.
look at him.
what do you want?
They're so funny.
Cute.
Wow.
Yeah. There's some that are out in the catio right now. They can come and go. I have
Come on. Hurry up.
a door here
Yeah.
for them.
Mm-hmm.
And they can go out through there into the
Yeah.
catio. So they're out there.
Yeah. Cool.
But that's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That one with the patches, the one with the Pikachu, I think.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, she's so pretty. The colors.
I know.
Patchwork.
She stayed because we're afraid that she might have movement or potty issues later in life because this tail is not, I mean, she was born with that tail, but it's not, if we remove it, it could cause more problems than leaving it on. So we're going to try and leave it on and see if because she's still just a baby. I mean, she's not even a year. So we don't know what the impact is going to be later. And I don't know if it would be fair to adopt her out if there's going to be something that could down the road be a major impact to her, potty issues and stuff. People don't take well to that.
No, I know. But I think with the tail, though, if she's going fine now, if you were going to cut it or whatever off, you mean?
Yeah, we thought about it.
Or later on as long as she's going good now, she should be fine later.
Yeah, I think it'll probably be okay. I'm just concerned about, see how it's like to the side. It's very odd. Like I said, it's like a Pikachu shape. It's very funny. When you look at it, it's like the lightning bolt shape.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of concerned because I know that nerve bundle is just below there.
Oh,
so I don't know, and I don't know if that's alive or dead at the end there at the tips.
Right.
So we'll see. I don't know. She's still young, and
she's a cutie. You're all cute. Love him.
I got
the donkey.
Here's a big old guy for you. He weighs about 23 pounds or so. He's a big old. And he was a tom, an unneutered colony tom, up until last year, and now he's a big old boy in the house, and he don't give a fig. He is as a clam. So now you've met some of my crew. Anyways,
thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, now y'all know I'm for real.
And the dogs are laying there like yeah, whatever.
Oh, I know. They're just, but it is so. Look at it. See that flip flop laying there? That is rust, and that is because one of our kittens dragged it out from under the desk and played with it. Even your shoes are not sacred in our house.
No.
It doesn't matter. I mean, I've got like patches on my walls because of a poor cat who literally banks off walls and takes it off and just And this is what rescue in real life looks like. And sometimes, you sacrifices, and
yes, ma'am.
It is what it is.
It's the love of these cats. Love them.
I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't not do it. Right. I would, I'll stop doing it when I need to stop. I've been told to stop doing it by local, by the local.
Yeah, you know what? I could tell them too.
I kindly turned down the offer, we'll say.
Right, exactly.
And said no. So
is that the one?
Yeah, this is Dora. She's our Pikachu tail girl. She's decided to come sit on me now.
Oh, look at her face.
Yeah.
Love those colors.
Now that they know I'm still here and still alive, and they've discovered me moving about the house. Yeah.
There's Mama. We didn't see her for 3.5 hours. Where has she been?
What are you hiding at, woman? We're gonna get you now.
No. Now that's Fury or Rogue?
This is Rogue.
Because Fury has more white on his face, right?
Yeah, Fury. Well, Rogue's a tuxedo and Fury's a cow kitty.
Oh hell! What?
Yeah.
Wait, Rogue is a tuxedo.
Yeah.
And
you see how he's marked. See, the tuxedos they're black, and then they have the white chest and they have the white socks.
Yeah, like a tuxedo.
Yeah, and Fury just looks like a cow.
Oh,
think of a Holstein. Think of a Holstein cow. They're white. They have the black blotches on them. the black spots.
Oh my goodness. My little one was a tuxedo.
Yeah.
Oh, I love them. I've got 2 right now.
Aw. Look at this one, a love bug.
Oh, she gets to the point where she's annoying.
Yeah, I understand that from my other prior ones. This one, he's on his own somewhere.
He'll bite you.
I'm telling you, I sent you the videos, right?
Yeah. I didn't get to see all of them yet, but yeah.
Oh, I'm telling you.
They comment on all types. There's some that are just really independent. It doesn't mean they don't love you, but they're more independent. And then there's some like this girl here that just would do anything for more pets.
Yeah.
And she gets to the point where she literally tries to eat my fingers off because she loves me so much. It's bizarre, but that's a cat thing.
Yeah.
And they're just like people. They all have their little quirks and their weird personality things. And I don't know.
And then for anybody who ever said a cat is boring, they don't do anything. They don't have, whatever, shut up. That's what I have to say. Whatever.
They
never
haven't
owned a cat yet. I tell you. He does catitude. Oh, I'm reading the things.
Oh, girl. My goodness.
Yeah, he has I had it up here. This is the one that I had up. Rogue has a racing stripe. And he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My friend who has cats and has cats ever since she was really young, when she first saw Rogue, she says, "Oh my God, it's a border collie reincarnated as a cat."
Oh wow. Yeah.
He's like, yeah, he does kind of look like a border collie.
There he is. Oh, he's going to sleep.
Good night. Where the hell is Valentino? Valentino is somewhere around. Because it sounds like we're going to be heading off soon. So I want to get him to say good night. Wait, let me see. Oh my God, I can't get up. I tell you. Valentino. Oh, there you are. Come. Say good night. Come on. I'm coming. Okay. Woo. And here's the Valentino.
Oh.
Seems like this witch got me up off the floor again. Oh, Lord, he's ready to go. I tell you. All right, you got to say good night. Good night. Yeah, I feel his back legs like, get off of me. There he goes. There he goes. I tell you. And that ain't no logo. It's the camera. Say good night. Which way is the camera? Right there. Who's that? Hey.
You remind me of that guy.
That's what you get. That's it.
No, Catitude. Abra's not in. Abra's not in tonight. She was in yesterday, and then she went outside. Oh, I don't know where she is now. I was calling her earlier. She'll come back. She might be out there now.
I have no clue what you're talking about, Gertrude.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I'm sorry, I have a brother. My mind went elsewhere. Went somewhere else at first about the racing stripe. I'm trying to think what else that could mean. Gertrude! We need help understanding your comment.
Translation, Gertrude. Translation. Don't be catty, Gertrude.
You type faster. Don't be catty, like she said.
Don't be catty.
Look at it. Go type faster. I'm not typing. You are.
Type faster. Haynes, oh my God.
What the hell? I'm still on. What is that?
A skid mark.
Oh, hell. Lord have mercy. I would have never guessed that. You are crazy, Gertrude.
Oh,
Gertrude. Yeah, Gertrude's our awesome possum comedian.
Good Lord. Okay, I'm going to heat my food up because I'm really hungry right now. I tell you. Ooh, I'm hot as hell too.
oh.
Ooh. Gertrude, you're crazy. Did you know Gertrude is a Libra?
No.
Gertrude is a Libra.
Team Libra unite.
I found that out the other day.
I'm still working on being a shark, you know? I mean,
wait, what is the shark song? The baby shark?
oh God.
Baby shark. Yeah, the baby shark. No, something like that. And
Yes.
Mama shark, Papa, Daddy shark, Mommy shark, or something.
Never mind.
What about why are we singing the shark song?
She just said she's still working on trying to be a shark.
I know. Pisces are little fishies, but apparently we also have to be sharks sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna come back reincarnated as a shark.
You know, I'm thinking I might want to come back as one of my own cats because, you know, they're getting the
life
here.
Yeah.
That's true too. But I'd rather a shark. I'd rather bite your bones, chew your bones up, and spit them out.
I want to come back as one of Nunya's cats. Man, you get a catio. You have your own little bed next to her bed
that you don't use.
Yeah, you can bite her all the time.
No, I'm telling you. I don't remember if it was earlier today or yesterday, but this, you see how the wrist is, and then it gets fatter and fatter and fatter? Well, he was doing that, like, nah, yeah, better. I'm like, ow! He was literally chewing up my arm to feel the meat.
Oh my gosh.
I tell you, the abuse I get from the animals. No.
Oh no, I have one on my head right now. Please get off. I gotta get her off on my. I'll put her on the table. Oh goodness, holding on. Oh Lord.
Oh wait, I saw your comment about you said head and you triggered my brain. A twig, a branch, or whatever fell on your head.
Yeah,
it did. Yeah, that sucked. I was out there in the storms this morning because I needed to check the colony boxes. Because you know, I got tote boxes out there for the colony cats to take shelter in the bad weather.
Right.
And I needed to make sure that they weren't floating because we had like 6 inches of water in the yard there. So I went out to check them, and one of the big oak trees along the side of the house there, a branch came up and decided to attack me. And it hit the side of the house, and it like hit my window on my bathroom window, and I was like, oh no. And my head is bleeding, and I'm going, oh shit, what? I'm gonna die out here.
That is crazy. Oh my God.
I'm telling you.
That's dangerous. Ooh. And oak trees, there's some big, are they the big kind? They're grown already?
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's great big. And there's like my lot, because I live in a park, and my lot is like the only one that has trees. And it's good because it protects us from the sun. Trailer
Right.
houses get real hot in the sun. So it helps us keep our bills down. But
Yeah.
at the same time, we have an incredible amount of really bad weather.
Yeah.
And it just is so dangerous.
So it's
So
one
dangerous.
way it's good and one way it's bad.
That's right. It's a trade off.
Yeah. Hmm.
The cats really like it though, because they learn to climb trees like
Yeah.
nobody's business.
Yeah.
And it
Wow.
gives them a place to take shelter and get away from predators too, because we do have the occasional coyote.
Yeah.
And we can go up them trees along our fence line and behind our house, and
Wow.
it's nothing could get them.
Right.
They are
Wow.
far out of reach.
Good. That's good.
Yeah.
Wow. Gertrude, I'm going to smack you. God. Did you see what Gertrude had put?
What, this one?
Yes. I can't. Coffee. Oh, coffee.
See, I had told Nanya earlier today I had a friend from New York, so I'm used to it, and I have the Chicago accent
Yeah.
myself, on top of the Arkansas one, which is a very weird combination of accents to have. But yeah,
Yeah, it is. It is a weird combo.
it really is.
Not weird. A crazy combo.
I'll tell you though, it fits me just fine
Yeah.
because I have just the weirdest ancestry. Like my family's German, and yet my dad was Creole, so I'm like all over the place.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we were talking about this one on one of the lives. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I asked them, do they know? Can they guess what I am? Nationality, ethnicity, whatever the hell you want to call it now.
Yeah.
And Kim guessed I was Italian. Nope. Zero Italian. You want to know? Wanda!
Well, yeah, I think you're going to tell us anyway, right?
Ooh, nasty critter. German, Russian,
Don't
Irish, Polish. I'm missing one. Wait a minute. German, Russian, Irish, Polish, Spaniard, and Puerto Rican.
Wow.
6. Oh, mutt, a proud mutt.
Hey, I get it. All these cats are mutts, and they're gorgeous. So hey, mutts must be the way to go.
Exactly. I agree.
Do you speak Spanish?
Hell no. That was my father's job. And I remember when I'm like 5 years old, my mother would say to him, will you speak to her in Spanish? Because the whole side of his family. Well, how did he teach me? Gato, agua, perro, cat, dog. Those are the only 3 that I remember. Really?
Oh.
Really? Those are the only 3 words he knows in Spanish to teach me? Yeah. Anyway. And I had Spanish honors in high school. Honors! Do I speak it? No, I sound fake as hell. Nope. But I can understand. I can get the gist of what somebody's saying. They could go, and I can get the gist.
Oh my God. I'm going to get canceled. I just know.
Why? I'm not cursing. I didn't curse. That's straight English there, Nunya.
Oh my God.
Listen, I have some black, how do I say, black friends. Anyway, And because I was going to say the African American friend.
Just say black, please. Just.
But one of them, when I tell them what I am, and and Caucasian or whatever, European descent, she's like, and you got black blood. What the hell? Because of the way I act. I'm white. And she's like, yeah, anyway. That would be a lovely short Nunya and her Spanish. I could do that. That's how my aunt sounds. I kid you not. Mind you, Gertrude, she lives in North Carolina right now. She's in Mooresville.
Oh.
Her and my brother.
Oh, dear Lord.
Oh, this was fun.
When I get to the point where I can be monetized, YouTube's going to look over, they're going to look through everything, and it's going to go, I'll get this email response saying, well, you were doing really good till you did this live stream. And that lady with the blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm sorry, but that's we can't have that.
Well, you said the first 30 seconds. We're 3 hours in. Oh.
And hey, you get to say whatever you want about family, and it don't count.
Yeah, they are my family. I don't understand the damn word they're saying, but they're my family. No, you know what language I did start learning, but I was in my job, because we had a deaf and mute guy working with us. So they sent us to American Sign Language class. I loved it. Loved it. Because you see how I talk as it is, and they go by the looks on your face of when you say things. I love it. But
that would be cool.
I didn't further. I forgot. I forgot a lot of it.
I think we could teach that in school, though. I do. I think that kids could pick that up easily.
Yeah.
Because younger kids, that would come easily to them. And I think they should know that, because it's something that would really help them in their futures. So I think they should learn that.
I love it. But the funny thing is, because I enjoyed learning so much for this guy that we had in the department, that when we would be in meetings, me and him would be sign languaging, and then all of a sudden bust out laughing, and the supervisor and manager would be like, what the hell is going on with those two? Because me and him understood each other or what we were saying, but nobody else knew what we were saying.
That's funny. Oh,
I liked it.
That I think it should be taught in schools too, because I know someone that she's a big advocate for the deaf and the deaf and hard of hearing. That's how they describe their community, deaf and hard of hearing community. And she's always talking about how even now, you would think, because usually you can get like a Spanish interpreter or you can get some other language interpreter, but when you go to doctor's offices and stuff, they don't always have interpreters for people, because not everybody signs either. That's another myth. That not everybody signs. Some people read lips. Some people can hear a little bit, but not enough to be.
And spell it too. They spell it A-B-C-D.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah, there's all kinds of
Spanish sound. Well, actually, Spanish is, I forget, it's something like this with like a hook. Something like that. But for me, mine, I don't know. I have no idea. Dawn, they're bothering me. What is the sign for Nunya Spanish? I could spell Nunya. I don't know what the sign would be. But it's weird because they have a sign. I'm going to smack her. She's laughing. The other thing was a little barrier with me and the guy. Not with me, but with the people at work. He was Spanish. So he wasn't doing English American Sign Language a lot of the time. He was doing Spanish words in sign language. So that's why, in a way, I kind of understood him because of my Spanglish. And he was sign languaging, but not American. So that was a little barrier for him as far as the work was concerned. But
Yeah.
we still got along great. I think he's in Texas now because of the job, not everybody. So,
well, if YouTube sends me that email, I'm going to say, okay, well, you got to rewind it to like halfway through the stream where she pulls out her pills.
Oh, hell. Ay. Well, why would they do that? If I wasn't making fun. That's how they sound.
I don't know. I'm not monetized. It doesn't matter.
You know what, Wanda? If anybody didn't see them, I'll rip it out again. There's my pills. I tell you. Gertrude! Do you see the pills?
Gertrude.
Do you see them?
Yeah.
She has emoji pills. She put emoji pills. Gertrude.
I see it.
Yeah. That's not the color.
I see that.
The color is wrong.
Oh. Well, hi, Mimi.
Aww.
Oh,
That's my fluffy pluffy.
She looks teeny too.
Is that the litter that you took in?
This is remember that red cat I was telling you that bank shots off the walls? This is actually his sister.
Oh,
okay. And she's got long
bank shot off the walls?
Yeah, he does. He does like parkour. It's hilarious.
Wow.
It tears up my house. But anyway, this is his sister. Their mummy was a colony cat, and she was not a very good mom, and she quit feeding them when they were 3 weeks. So
that's sad.
They have like different dads because they're like so different. She's like a long-haired. She looks like she's part Maine Coon, and he's just a short-haired red cat. So I have no idea. I don't know what Mama was up to that night, but she was.
She was wilding out.
She was, yeah, she was living up to the word feral.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah, a spicy one.
Oh.
Okay. Can I eat now?
Yeah, you can eat. I mean, you can eat if you, yeah. If you want to leave the party, that's fine.
I don't want to leave the party. I want to eat.
Well, you can eat. You can go ahead and eat. We don't care.
Heat it up again.
Go ahead and eat. Okay, go heat it up and eat and come back.
No.
Or eat it and sit down, sit and eat. Who cares? I don't, we've already, we lost the professional.
Do you see what she wrote?
Mama met a Spanish cat that did so.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Gertrude! Oh, my God.
You see this? Do you see this, Dawn?
Gertrude's bad.
It was suave.
Oh, my God.
Oh, shoot. I don't know who she met, but she had like 4 kittens, and every single one was different.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy. Oh my gosh.
But then, she just petered out. She didn't want a mama. She didn't want to do the mama job.
Yeah.
She was like, nope, you take care of him. I'm out.
She was a hoe. Oh my gosh. She's like, I like playing, but I ain't taking care of nothing.
I know. I got her spayed and she went out the door. She came back about 8 months later for a visit, a stop in to see if the kittens were gone.
Oh,
And then
wow. Oh, wow.
right? I'm like, wow, thanks.
Wow. I kid you. Oh, my God.
I was like, okay, thanks for the presents.
Yeah. Wow.
We found homes for all of them except for these two, and the fluffy one that was here, that was on the table up here.
Mhm.
She was born with a problem with her colon,
Oh,
so yeah, and we had to pay a lot of money to get her fixed up, and she had some serious digestive issues.
yeah.
I'm still kind of sketchy on it, like there's, I don't know, it's kind of like IBS type stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So she's still here, and well, her brother, he's parkouring off the walls every day. Nobody wants that. So it's like,
Pills.
what do you do?
Pills, they work. I
You
don't
know,
have walls.
I know they do have it that cats can take Buspar, I think,
Yeah. I don't know what it's called, but yeah.
but I don't know. I don't know how
Yeah.
you would, and I don't know how I would get him on it. And
Yeah.
it is
It's
something I could check out though. If I could find somebody to take him that would be willing to work with him as far and let him be who he is and
right.
just love him anyways,
Mm-hmm.
that'd probably be the best for him because he needs and needs and needs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, it would be nice, but I don't have, I've had a couple people come and look at him, and as soon as they see his wacko behavior, they're just like, "Whoa, no, I've got kids, and
Aw.
I can't do that, or
Yeah.
he'll ruin my house or tear up my furniture." I'm like, "Yeah, you will, but
Oh.
you wouldn't love him anyways." No, no.
Mm-hmm. Poor boo boo.
Uh,
Mm-mm.
it's kind of like the Ross, Nobody loved him either. I took him.
Aw. That's cute.
I took, and stuff like that happens. People find each other.
Yeah, I'm still waiting.
Uh, uh, hey, it's not always about like, being in this kind of relationship. Sometimes it's just about who your friends are.
Yep, this is true. This is true. What is she? Oh, she put the rust coaster.
Oh, my goodness.
Lord.
No, it's accurate because he's a Gemini, and I'll tell you, it is sometimes a roller coaster with him.
Oh yeah, I dealt with one Gemini. My grandmother was a Gemini. I loved her to death. But one guy I dealt with that was a Gemini. Oh, good Lord.
He's all over the place, but I like it. It's always interesting. He keeps me on my toes.
I was gonna say, keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, and he's substantially younger than me, so when I peter out, the cats are his responsibility.
Yeah, that's understandable. That's the way
Yeah,
it's supposed to be.
he's ready for it. He loves them, and he
Yeah,
does a good job with them.
yeah. And the one that sits waiting for him to come home.
Yeah, yes, he's really come far and learned a lot because
Yeah.
he's one of those folks that was never raised around animals at all. They did
Oh.
they weren't able to have pets.
Mhm.
He was raised in military stuff.
Mhm.
I know it.
Gertrude's being bad.
I mean, I can't deny. Honest to goodness.
I'm glad you saw it. Oh,
But in a good way.
I agree, Gertrude. Do you see that one?
Uh-uh.
Gertrude said, "Wow, he's done a great job."
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really, come a long ways.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I keep trying to teach him stuff because, I mean, you can't, you get to a point in life where you can't keep doing the things,
Yeah. Yep.
and I don't know how far that is for me. So I'm kind of right now, I'm just kind of showing him as much as I can because I don't know where this is going to go. I don't know where I'm going to be. So,
Your backup plan.
yep. Yep.
Wanda, you remember that backup plan?
The backup plan.
To have a
Yep.
backup plan in place.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, here we
Yep.
go.
What? Oh, now seeing this cat dad on YouTube.
I'm telling you, he should start a channel, shouldn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The two of you should.
Yeah.
He's I think I heard that cat daddy is a trend right now.
I know. Because I've been seeing beside the cute little bimbos with the I found a kitty.
Yeah.
There's men now on there all over the place. I'm like, well, where the hell are you at? There's a
Yeah.
lot of men videos now with them.
Yeah, yeah, it's a trending thing. So I'm like, you're gonna fit right in there, Russ.
Wait, where'd I put my phone? I can tell you.
I don't know.
What did I do with my phone? Oh, here it is. I'll pull up the, let me tell you, hang on a minute, how many, because this is wild to me. And so this confirms that there are a lot of cat daddies out there.
Mhm.
So this is my, let me see here. Where is it?
Yes, we do, Gertrude. I know I do. That's my what do you call that when you make somebody fill out a form? That's one of my requirements. What happened? There he comes. The Mr. Brr. Oh God, there he goes in the window.
He's got to protect you and make
Okay.
sure there's no boogeyman out there.
Here's my, okay, so I'm on the YouTube studio. So here's my analytics. The people that are watching my content broken down into gender, 58.7% are male, 41.2% are female.
They do it all the way down to that?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm getting more and more men watching this channel versus women, because for a longest time it was very close. It was like 45 to 55 or something like that. It was like only like a 10% difference. Now it's getting even wider.
Hi, yeah.
Yeah, it's just definitely a trend. I've been
Yeah.
paying attention to it. I think there was even like a political thing where the side of the spectrum was making fun of Kamala Harris and calling her a crazy cat lady. And then a whole bunch of guys chimed in on it and said, hey, whoa, wait a minute. What about the cat daddies? We support. So I thought that was very interesting because I didn't know we had so many guys that were, liking cats and stuff.
That's a great thing. There's still hope. Where are you? Come here.
Gertrude says cat dads are a hot commodity. Everyone wants one.
What are you doing? Get over here.
Gertrude, what's the leftover percent other cats? Let me see. I don't know what it is. I think it's like unspecified. Let me look.
Go.
Yeah, it just says user specified 0.1%. I don't know what that means.
He just, when a bull breathes out their nose and it makes that noise, he just did that to me. Like, bitch, you're bothering me.
Yeah, and my age, the highest age group is 35 to 44.
Really?
Yeah. 35 to 44 is 19 point. Oh no, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. No, wait. No, it's actually younger. Um, the highest group is 25 to 34. It's 21.1%.
Well, that's great news.
Yeah. See, because they all know we're all cougar mommies here.
With a heart.
Well, I was kind of thinking it was great news because they were young and they had lots of life to give to the community and time to give to the kitties. But you could be onto something, Wanda.
You see this nut? He
No, I'm glad that young men are not feeling as weird about, admitting that they like cats. I remember for many years, oh, men don't like cats, especially young, cool, tough guys don't like cats, right? They
yeah.
could never, it wasn't, they were looked down on if they said they liked cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like what do you call that? Oh, what's the word they use when forget it. I'll be here all night to try
It's
to
like
think of the word.
they were considered effeminate.
Yeah,
Cats.
it wasn't it
They
was
were sissies. That's what
basically.
the old word. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Which I don't understand. Dealing with cats is way tougher. I was a groomer for dogs for years, and I'm telling you, cats are so much harder, so much
Stigmatized.
more. Yes, stigmatized.
Thank you, Gertrude. That's the
well,
word.
I just want to be the first to say for any cat daddies that are watching this channel, I don't care how old you are. If you're a cat daddy and you're watching this content and you like the content, make sure you subscribe. Subscribe, hit the like button, hit the notification bell, and leave a comment. But make it nice.
Okay, wait. Your friend is over there knocking stuff down off my side table. That's my food, but he's over there. Look.
Yeah,
Valentino. Hello.
criminal at work.
He does his whole thing. Valentino, what are you chewing? He's chewing on something. What are you doing? Oh, you nasty critter. And he's still playing.
Oh, jeez! Look what Gertrude wrote.
And there he goes, biting.
Oh no, Gertrude, that's not the kind of groomer I meant.
This is what he's chewing on. It's a remote control.
What she got? Is it remote? What?
It's a remote control for a rat. It's a remote control for a rat that I had from the other cats. He don't like it.
Oh, okay, for a toy rat. I'm just gonna say, what the? What's she talking about?
Oh, that's cute though.
Gertrude, I love you too. Gertrude is my awesome possum sister.
Oh.
See?
Oh.
It's a rat.
Oh, cool.
And it's a remote control. He don't like it though. He runs from it.
Oh.
What you see? He's looking bright, like, oh hell no! Do you see his face? Oh, you smelling it? I saw him fighting on the wire.
Look what Gertrude wrote to you, Nunya.
What? A Nunya and her New York rat. Go to hell! Do you know?
Oh.
One of my one of my emails of the many is New Yorker at heart forever. But when you look at it, it looks like New York rat.
Oh.
New Yorker Act hard. When you write it out, it looks like New York rat. Thanks, Gertrude.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, look at the dog.
Hi, Valerie. There's Pippers.
He's like, can I go outside now? Did he go for a walk?
I heard a noise out here. I have no idea what was going on. It sounded like World War III had broke out, and I come out here and everything's quiet. That's very sus, isn't it?
Yeah, he's looking like it wasn't me.
What's going on out here? I don't know what happened. I don't see anything on the floor. Nothing's broken. Okay, then. Oh, I hear what it is. It's somebody wanting inside.
Oh.
Yeah, they probably want to come in from the patio. Valerie, get back. Let them in. Let them in. Oh, Lord, we're going to be flooded. Come on, guys. I can just smell the rainwater out there in the yard. Come on, guys.
Aw.
Hurry up.
Is it still raining?
Oh, it looks like it's done raining now, but the water is just out there in the yard. I can smell it and I can hear it like dripping still on the bottom of stuff. So, yep, we're going to be flooded for a couple of days. It doesn't hurt the trailer houses because they're up, like, but the yard is flooded, and then, the place that we potty the dogs will be all flooded and all that.
Aw.
Look at this guy. His name is Shenanigans. And he is the flip-flop stealer.
No, looks like a tuxie. He looks like a tux.
Yeah. He's a silly man.
Oh, no.
What? Oh, I can't stand Gertrude. Wanda, if it's not Nunya's Spanish getting you demonetized, it will be Groomer Ruby Dawn.
I really was, though. Just not that kind of groomer. I was
good Lord. Ay, ay, ay.
I was kind of groomer.
Oh, God.
Gertrude, I'm not even monetized yet, and I'm demonetized.
I got a feeling we're going to jail.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
I can't.
Sorry about my dishes. I have got to get me a drink.
Oh, stop it. Gertrude, you're nuts. Before you got it, Wanda. Yeah. You didn't get demonetized, so wait, what? You have to be monetized to get demonetized, but you got demonetized first. Say that 5 times.
Yeah. Well, apparently when you apply, because so at 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours, I can do memberships and like super chats and stuff like that. But they apparently like look over all your content and make sure there's nothing sus. And I'm like, okay. I'm gonna have to put a disclaimer. This channel is owned and operated by Gen X. please take that into consideration as you do your research for this.
Mayonnaise.
Lord, I tell you. Oh, I'm gonna smack you one.
Oh, and I said the S word how many times too? So
she that black and white one looks like my.
I'm not gonna sit here and say slew aside. That's stupid.
I don't.
I have mental health issues.
Me
okay,
too.
That's being disrespectful to me.
It actually is. Look at him. He's so little. Look at this little dog.
Oh yeah, she's
Aw. We
wow.
lost. Oh, there she is.
And she's a handful.
Oh, you just went out off the thing for a minute, so I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I just was saying that she's part Chihuahua and she's quite a handful.
Oh. She's needy.
Huh?
Is she needy?
Oh, she can't decide. She's one of those that's like, I'm a really nice dog, and now I just hate everybody and I want to bite someone.
She needs pills.
And I'm like, wow, okay, and what days today? Nice, mean, grumpy, happy, playful.
Aw.
She is, let's see, she'd be 11 or 12. They're both 11 or 12 years old.
Aw.
They're older doggies, but they're good doggies. Older doggies are some of the best.
Some of the
They've
best, you
already
said?
been through their puppy stage. They already know what they can and can't do.
Right.
And they're super duper good with the cats.
Yeah.
Even the tiniest little baby ones.
Oh, that's good.
I've
I
had
love that.
baby kittens actually sleeping on top of my big 100-pound white dog.
Aw.
Aw.
So I usually introduce the cats that I bring in for rescue. I try to introduce them with dogs because like so many adopting people have dogs.
Right.
I want to give them the best start, so I try to get them around kids, dogs, noises, cars, anything I can think of to
Mm-hmm.
give them a better chance.
To make it easier, yeah.
Yeah, I think it helps.
Mm-hmm. And you know one thing? This one, do you have a NutriBullet by chance?
No, I have a really good one. I have one of them big Ulster bundles.
But it's loud when you crunch ice and stuff in it.
Oh yeah.
This psychopath over here, it didn't phase him. Oh, I told you, I think. Did I tell you? He left me lightning and whatever thunder. And
Oh,
he
yeah,
left
yeah.
me to hide behind a damn, what do you call that thing? Washing machine.
The washer.
I'm like, excuse me. What? Anyway, so the ice cruncher is loud. The NutriBullet is loud to me. It's loud. He just looked at me like, what you doing over there? He didn't care. But a thunder, he left me flat and dry.
Oh.
I kid you not. He went behind the washer and dryer. And Mom, excuse me, you left me here by myself.
I'm wondering if that's because he's been outside in bad weather before and knows what that's like. And so whenever he hears it, he's like, dude, you better hide like me because I've been through this.
That could be true. That could be true because the July 4th, if he wasn't outside for July 4th, I don't know. The fireworks didn't phase him either.
Well, that is odd then.
Lightning and thunder.
Fireworks seem to have really odd effects. Like some animals cannot even bear a single little, pop rock. And then other ones are just like oblivious.
Yeah.
I don't know. And it's weird too because I've noticed like some of the ones that I thought were going to be like super, frightened or whatever aren't.
Right. Yeah, he just flat left me for the thunder, but stayed for my damn loud ass NutriBullet and the fireworks. And you see, he's laying here. He's just laying there now. He lays everywhere.
I know that on YouTube you're not allowed to smoke cigarettes, so I'm going to keep my cigarette away from the camera.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're not supposed to smoke vapes or cigarettes or anything like that. Did you know that? I didn't. And then
I didn't know that because there is somebody that I follow, not animal-wise, and I think it's a vape that they're using.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you do it, they're not going to come at you or anything, but I think it's a risk. You can get, lose your money for the video or whatever.
Never knew that. See, that's why I said I don't really know the ins and outs of YouTube. I just watch the videos. and like it or whatever and comment. Smoke the other stuff. Yes, the other stuff too. I've seen. Yep. So I'm confused.
Yeah, actually, my kiddo has a green card because he has Tourette syndrome, and it helps to control his tics and stuff. I don't know how he can handle that. I know, like a lot of people, especially people in our age bracket, you know, have have smoked a lot of it. I see how catnip affects the cat. That does not affect me that way. It does not. I just will go right now, and that's the end.
Wait, your voice is going in and out.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
Say something else.
Better?
Yeah, it sounds like it, but that's only one word.
All right. Anyway, I think that, it can be helpful for some people, just like catnip is helpful for some of the cats. It does calm them down, and, I'm glad that my son has a green card and it's very helpful for him, but I don't know how people can tell me. I sure can.
I have no clue what you're talking about because you're sounding like you're going underwater.
Yeah. You're garbled. I don't know what's the problem.
I don't even,
Maybe it's my phone.
now you sound good.
Is it?
Yeah,
See, and I laid it flat now.
it sounds better now.
Huh. All right.
Okay, so say that whole thing. Oh, where did you go?
No, I just turned it off. Turned the
She turned her
camera off.
camera off. She just turned her camera off.
I'm still
okay.
there. It's just I turned it off so I could set this on the table.
Okay, so say
That
what that
way.
whole story.
I don't even remember where I started
You
at.
were saying about something and the cats and the smoking and the something.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't know how tobacco smoke affects cat. I mean, like, I know, like, my son smokes the other stuff because he has a green card.
Uh-huh.
And that helps him, but I don't know how tobacco affects cats. So I have, like, a bunch of air purifiers and stuff because I get worried about it.
Yeah. Well, as far as the cigarette, because I used to smoke, I was a chain smoker almost, and when I had the cats indoors, the other ones. But I would assume that it's secondhand smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And the way it would affect a human, I'm assuming it would affect the cat. But I don't know because I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know what research shows on it, but
Yeah.
I know that a good air purifier with a HEPA is really important to have if you're smoking in your house with the animals,
Yeah. What are we saying here?
Oh.
Cat mama.
Yeah, cat mama. What's going on with the cat? One of the community cats.
Oh no.
What the hell? Well, yeah. My grandmother, she passed away at 83 and she was a chain smoker. And at the end, I found out at 82, she was smoking weed.
Really?
With the people across the street. Yeah.
I mean, maybe it helps her. It helps people. So
maybe, but she told me never to tell my mother because that's her mother. So that's my own skeleton of hers that I will leave this earth with.
things regarding that have really changed in the last several years, the way people think about it. I was never a proponent of it. But then when it came down to it and my own family member needed it to be able to get through a day and have coherent speech, I mean, I get it.
I think our generation gets it better than my parents, which are in their 80s now.
Yeah.
They would be like, what? Anyway, that's another story. So, yeah, remember, that's the man that told me to get rid of the cats and I could come back home. So, we ain't going that way.
Yeah.
They're set in their ways, and what we can understand now, they will never try to understand. So,
You know, things were, I mean, if you think about all the things that we have experienced in our lives, though, and the things that they experienced. They had like big
Yeah.
wars and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, we had Vietnam, but I was still very, very little. I was born in 1970, so I was very young.
I'm just glad that we didn't have video cameras in our day. In my day, when I was growing up, good Lord,
Oh,
I'd have been caught doing some garbage. Lord help me. Mm-mm.
we do really have a lot more surveillance nowadays.
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
I have a camera, and I think all of my neighbors have a camera
Mm-hmm.
because we have
I
real
have them.
pirates.
I have. That's why I was saying about the feral cats. I have them all around. All around. You know, facing one street, that street, the backyard, whatever.
Yeah.
So, but it's a good thing. In God forbid something bad was to happen, you got the cameras as proof of whatever.
Yeah, yeah. And I like it because I can usually then catch someone if they are dumping a cat,
Right. Mm-hmm.
because I've had it happen so many times. That's why we got the Ring camera to start with. My mom sent it to us because we kept getting so many dumped off in our patio.
Aw, that's crazy. Oh, anyway,
Oh, okay.
what are we talking about?
We're talking about Cat said the one of the colony cats. Let me see here. Where's it at? Um, she said, just texting with the lady next door who was concerned about one of the community cats the lady behind her feeds because the cat's thin.
Mm.
And we were saying, well, maybe he has worms. And I said, maybe if he's not neutered, go. Because if they're not neutered, a lot of times they're not in really good condition. But she said he is neutered.
Uh,
Is he an older cat or younger?
Yeah, that's what she said. She had over 20 several years ago and did TNR for 2, found homes for all the others. Wow, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, good on it.
Yeah, cat, is he an older cat or a younger cat? Do you know?
Because I'm thinking thyroid, hyperthyroidism, and if he's an older cat, because she's saying she feeds him, but he looks skinny.
That's true too, Gertrude. I mean, if he's not obviously sick, they're because I know like Jack, he's really thin. He's thin. I'm trying to figure out what to do for him. I'm gonna be getting hold of the rescue and see if anybody can help.
One thing with the community cats and feral cats too, you got to watch for it. They're not eating inedible items and getting obstructive bowel.
Hmm.
Yeah.
They get into plastic bags with their teeth, and sometimes they swallow that plastic.
Yeah. You have to see my garbage when I'm throwing out either recycling or whatever. I am like trying to think out the box and be extremely careful because of like the plastic cup that you
Yeah,
used. Fury's head was in it. I think it was Fury, right? He
Yeah,
put his head in, but not with cups. Like the little plastic rings when you pull off of
yeah,
something. I'm cutting that open because I don't need nothing getting stuck in that little ring. My ice cream container has that hard plastic. I cut that open so it's open. Nothing can get.
yeah,
I'm a fanatic with the garbage because I'm like, even my plastic bags, if I have them, I cut the handles
sure.
open so they're not a loop that could get tied on. I'm a fanatic when I'm throwing out stuff because I'm always thinking ahead. I don't want nothing happening. Not that I would know, but I don't want nothing happening on my clock out there,
yeah.
with
Well,
my
that's what
garbage.
happened because that's what happened last year with the two little seal point or well, they're not really kittens now, but they're still young. They're a little over a year old, and they had a sibling, and the sibling got into one of those cups with the domed lid and suffocated. And I unfortunately wasn't there in time to save him. So,
see, I just ordered some from Amazon with the dome lid, like when you put whipped cream on something.
Yeah, that's exactly what. Yep.
When it's time for me to throw that out, there I am cutting it up to the hole so it's open, like it's not, constrained. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's so many.
Everything open, so it opens. Plastic bags, I'm cutting in half, cutting the loops open. I don't want nothing bad happening.
I know. There's so much that can happen. People have no idea the dangers that outside cats go through,
Mm-hmm.
I wish folks would be more aware because, man, it's everything. It's everything from poisonous stuff to crap.
Yep.
There's so many different things.
Even like you said about the poisonous, even the Sam's by us, they take expired medicine or medicine you're not using, and guess what? That's where mine is going. I'm not throwing it in the sink or the garbage or whatever. It's going to Sam's. Let them recycle it.
Yeah. I do wish people were more aware, like you do, because if you got to think, if this is stuff that they're dealing with, all that stuff is going somewhere, right?
Yep.
It's going to landfills and whatnot. And what's it going to do to us? And what is it doing now to us?
Exactly.
It's funny how it all ties in together.
Yeah. Yep. What happened to my
Oh, okay.
What?
Kat says next door neighbor was feeding him even though the lady behind us was already taking care of him. Now the next door neighbor got 2 Persian kittens and stopped feeding him, but now is concerned because he is skinny.
Well, is he skinny because he's eating less, or is he?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, because and that's another thing. I know, Dawn, we've talked about this too. When you feed the cats, there are some that they, at least at my station, not everybody just goes in and eats. There's a pecking order. There's ones that go up and they eat first, and then the other ones have to wait their turn. And it's like, so that's a challenge because you almost have to put extra food out so that everybody gets something.
Yeah.
That's it. You got to watch.
Yeah. For the possum too.
And the possum. Well, I had some cat food that they didn't, I think my cats or something didn't eat. So I put it on a paper plate. I thought, possums eat anything. They're trash cats.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, what I do is I will feed the possum so that they won't come and take the food. But I feed them in a different area, and I only feed them vegetables because the cats won't eat the vegetables.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Well, the possum, this little possum's been coming up onto the balcony, and so it's like, first of all, Jack comes up because he's really social, and he's tried to come into the apartment a couple of times, but I don't want to bring him in until I know what's wrong with him, because this whole thing's been going on since he showed up last October, and he was around for a month or so, and then all at once he disappeared. And I was trying to find a place. I think he had just been dumped at that point, because he didn't look in bad shape, but he had a respiratory. And then he came back in almost right before Christmas. He showed up, and he's been back ever since. But lately he's been getting thinner, and I'm kind of like, and he looks really rough. And I know, so he's obviously, he was a social, he was a cat that was probably indoor. He socialized. Um, he still has like some kind of a respiratory thing. And part of the problem was I could get help through the rescue, but because they're so overwhelmed, and this is what Dawn's gone through, they're so overwhelmed, I have to be able to take him in and foster him. Well, I couldn't do that for a couple of months because I had Valentino, because Valentino had more serious injuries. I mean, Jack basically had a respiratory thing that was low, seemed to be low grade, and he seemed to be living with it. And then I had the apartment inspection, so I didn't want to bring him in. And then, well, what am I going to do if I bring him in? Then I'm going to have to figure out what to do with him when they come through for the inspection, because it's one thing to have one or two extra cats roaming around in here that I can just say, oh, they're just from the colony. They just came in. I'm going to put them. They just came in and they won't go back. They won't go back out. Versus having one in a cage, a sick cat in a cage. That's probably going to be an issue. Right. And I don't really want to deal with these people more than I have to. Yeah. So I wanted to wait till all that was over. So now that all that's over, and then I wasn't seeing him, and also then you have to be able to catch them. And sometimes, depending when you feed, they may or not be around when you feed. So it's hard. It's really hard when you're dealing with these cats.
It is. It's a shuffle a lot of the time, You're trying to like shuffle your life.
Yeah. Yeah, you really are. Your life is now revolving around their schedule.
Yep.
Do you know what? Do you know what?
What?
This last vet, not the good one I found, whatever. Mm-hmm. This last vet that I with my white cat, he found out at that moment that he had hypothyroidism, so I was giving the pills, and I had to give it to him once in the morning. I don't even remember now. I think once in the morning and once at night. Well, that first week I was giving it to him, I had a meeting or something. I had to take my mother to the doctor or whatever the case, but I had somewhere else to go, so the timing of me giving him his med would be off. So I'm concerned because I never gave him this med, and if I'm missing the time, is it okay that I miss it for however many hours? Do you know what the vet told me? Don't plan your life around the cat. I looked at her like, bitch, really? And you're a vet? Fuck you. Sorry, Mr. Tremont. But yeah, that was the first I had the bad taste from her. And I'm like, wow, a vet is telling me not to plan my life around my cat. If she only knew I didn't go to vacation or on a plane or wherever since 2007. Because I
get no vacations.
Nope, because I had nobody to watch them. But she's going to sit here and tell me, because I'm asking, is it okay to give his medicine however many hours later than I was originally? Don't plan my life around my cats? Yeah, you're a
thing, right? A vet said that?
Yep. And that put the bad taste in my mouth, and I should have looked for somebody at that minute, elsewhere, but no, I didn't because and I stuck with them, and that's another story, and I won't forgive myself for something that happened at the vet, and he passed a month later. So
yeah. Well, I moved into my living room where my computer is, so I can see comments now.
Oh.
I want to get a cat. Cat has a comment here. My 10-year-old has chlamydia and bordetella, so I'm at my wit's end, hoping everyone else stays well. I can hardly catch Neffy. What are they giving you for the chlamydia, Cat? Are the vet giving you something for that? Or are you treating it? Because I'm asking because Rogue had chlamydia. I had issues with him when he came in, and he was always having, these respiratory off and on. And then it got so bad, like one time he was like drooling, and he went underneath the bed and he was hiding. And I was like, okay, he's really sick. What do I, and so what I ended up doing is he got on doxycycline, and he was on doxycycline because doxycycline, if you research doxycycline is, yes, doxycycline. Yep, exactly. 3 to 4 weeks compounded doxycycline and tetracycline. Yep, that's exactly. Yep, that's what. Yeah, that's what we did with Rogue. Yep.
I gave mine one that starts with an S. Oh, what was that called?
Oh, erythromycin.
No, hold on, I'll look and see.
Yeah, because doxycycline, the thing with doxycycline is you have to be careful with that, because if you give it to them in pill form, it can irritate their throat.
Yeah.
And if you have to give them water afterwards. Yeah, see, yeah, and doxy, I read a research I read a research article about that, and I think it was on it might have been the UC Davis Shelter Med website, because they have a lot of good stuff on there, and they talked about shelters that would have like kind of an outbreak of this. Like a lot of the outdoor cats do have chlamydia or herpes.
Famciclovir. Famciclovir. That's what I gave mine, and it worked wonders.
Wanda? Dawn?
Yeah.
Can you say it again?
Famciclovir. Famciclovir. I'll type it in the comment.
Yeah. Okay. I hear somebody mewing.
Oh, do I have your toy? Here's your toy. Your toy's stuck.
I'm looking like, where'd this psycho go? He's behind me.
Oh, there it is. Here's your toy. I can't play with it right now. I have this computer and everything's here. Come over here and play with it. There.
It's still expensive if you have to buy it like without insurance, but if you can get your pharmacist, like have the doctor, the vet, like have them make it out to you, and then have your pharmacist fill it and as a human med, because it is a human med, but the pharmacies, they can make your prescription for a human or they can make it for a pet, right? Because we take basically the same meds.
Yeah.
So if they can make it look like to the insurance company that it's for a person, then you can get your insurance to cover it, or your what is that account called where you put your money to buy your expense?
I know
HSA,
what you're talking about. Yeah.
FSA, or something like that. And that's how we paid for ours. And I think it was like $500, but I had several on it. So if it's just for the one, it probably is fairly reasonable, and you don't have to do like a 3 to 4 week course. You're done in a week with this one.
Yeah. Doxycycline is really good. It's one of the very few, and it also has some anti-inflammatory properties, which they're still researching that. It's a really interesting drug. There's a lot of uses for it. The only thing is that it's really bitter, so you do have to compound it and add a suspension agent with it.
Oh,
Otherwise, it'll foam up.
It's a chicken flavor.
Huh?
They had a chicken flavor.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah, it was me. Yep.
Oh gosh. Bubblegum flavored stuff.
Yeah.
I never could tolerate that.
Yeah, and you can't use it. You can't use it for if it's a younger cat. I forget what it, there's. I'd have to look it up, but there's a certain age that under a certain age you should. I think it's under a year old. You shouldn't use doxy because it can do something to their bones. Um, so what they use instead is erythromycin.
That sounds familiar.
So
But I,
that's what, yeah, because that's what the vet did with my with. So when we got Niffler back from that rescue, we also got another kitten from the colony that my friend wanted, and they had him as well. And so then I kept him. He's the one that I kept because my friend had an old cat that had health issues, and you didn't want him to get infected with anything, so she wanted to make sure that the other cat, the new cat, was all vetted and had all his shots and everything before she brought him into the household. So I kept him for a while and fostered him for her. And when he went for his vet check, because that's when the vet talked about them having chlamydia and herpes, and both of them can cause eye infections as well. So he ended up doing erythromycin with her cat, and then he was really nice because then he gave, because they technically like can't treat an animal they didn't see. So what he did is he just gave like 2 bottles, or he gave a big bottle. He gave like, how did he do that? He gave a big bottle. He gave a big bottle and 2 syringes.
Ah.
So, it was like, code. So he didn't get in trouble, but he was helping because my friend was saying, yeah, my friend was telling him about what I was doing with the kittens, and that I had one too that had a lot of eye issues because I had his. I don't know if I have a picture here. I don't know if I can find it, but I have a picture of Niffler when he had his eyes his eyes really bad.
I've used Baytril before too.
Yeah, Baytril, Clavamox. There's a whole bunch of them
Yeah.
that are good. Let's see. This would have been back
I
in.
agree, Gertrude.
Let's see here. I was told that. Wondering if Cat says, I'm wondering if I should get the other 3 checked. Well, are they showing any symptoms? I mean, if they're having any kind of like respiratory issues, it might not be bad to do that. Or maybe sometimes if you ask the vet, they'll just give you, if you say that the cat's having some symptoms, they'll just give you some
You
extra.
got some good vets.
Yeah. I'm looking. There's one that was recommended to me. I'm going to look into that because right now it's really hard to find a vet that's accepting any new patients.
Mm.
Did you ever hear of the vet I found now that I didn't go to yet, but that's who I'm going to go to. They are what do they call it? Oh my God. They're certified or licensed in
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like,
fear free or fear free.
yeah, it's kind of almost like they're trauma informed for cats.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's
that's
why I'm pissed with myself that I didn't look sooner for a vet, which I would have found them for my Mew Mew that passed in January, because he hated and was terrified of the vet. So I had wished I had found this new vet that is this fear-free business or whatever.
Well, none you did the best that you
I
could
know.
with what you had at the time.
I know.
You know, you have to stop beating yourself up over it because it's not doing you any good. And
No.
Valentino, Valentino has a great life. I mean, anyone can see that.
Yeah, especially when he bites my legs. I had a bad week regarding my Mew Mew.
I know how that is. I do.
Yeah, I don't think it's something that people talk about enough either, is that people do grieve deeply for their companion animals. And it's not an easy process. And it's like you have insensitive people that are like, well, it's just a cat. No, it wasn't just a cat. I had, my dog didn't pass, but I had to surrender her when I was homeless.
That would kill me too.
And for the longest time, it was like when you hear people that have had limbs amputated and they have a phantom limb, I would feel her. I would swear that I felt her laying along my legs.
Oh.
What is your problem?
Hey,
Come on up here. Do you want to come up? I'm not playing toys right now. I'm trying to find a good picture here of Niffler. What do you want, buddy? You want petted?
Cat Mama, I've learned from a lady on YouTube that the animals are here to teach us lessons. So what you think I can't explain it how she explains it, but they're here to teach us a lesson. So you're saying you have regrets about past care. That means your new ones will get the knowing better care because you know better now. Does that make sense? Somebody, anybody?
Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah, it definitely makes sense. And again, it's like, look, I understand completely. My therapist has worked with me extensively for the last, I don't know how many years now, probably at least 10, on all the guilt and the trauma and all of the issues that I've had about, I should have done better. I should have done better. And, her thing is, but you did the best you could at the time with the tools that you had at the time.
I understand.
And it really, it takes a long time for that to sink in and to try to tell yourself that. I mean, and there's always, I mean, at least for me, I think there'll always be a level of guilt, but at least you can maybe learn to control it, if that makes sense, that you're not so consumed by it.
I think
it's like mine is still only like 6 months old. He had just passed in January.
Yeah. I think that's about the time I lost Lila.
Yeah.
I think we were both going through it around the same time. And I had a hard time accepting, that I have limits. Mm-hmm. And that wasn't something that I always thought I could do more. I could do more. I could, and no, there's limits. I couldn't save her and I had to accept it. And that was the worst part.
Yeah. It's hard.
It is.
I want to show everyone, just lighten the mood a minute. Baby Fury. This was Baby Fury.
Oh my God.
That was little baby Fury monster.
Teeny one.
When he lived outside.
Little face.
The cutie.
Just adorable.
Yes, Gertrude. Hindsight is 2020.
Mm-hmm.
But that means forward sight. I don't know what's hindsight, forward sight, whatever. Forward sight. If hindsight is 2020, you know now what you should have known then. So forward, you'll be good because you know better.
Well,
You should be good going forward because you know better from the 2020 hindsight.
you
So if
know,
I,
I learned a lot when all that stuff happened for me. I'm sure, like you're saying, Nanya, I know you learned a lot too. And I don't know. I tried to share
mm-hmm,
with certain other people what I learned, and it just was like talking to a brick wall, and that sucks.
yeah, well, I like sharing knowledge and I like taking in knowledge. I don't know. I love sharing. If I learn something new, if I see something is blue and it should be purple, I'll be like, guess what? I saw something that was blue, but I think it should be purple. I love sharing.
Yeah, and the more that you talk about it, the more that, and this has been my thing forever with mental health, and this is why I talk about my mental health so much, is because the more that you talk about it, the more it becomes normalized, the less it's stigmatized. So the more that you talk about it, the more that we talk about, like, there's so much discussion about the human animal bond, and there should be a lot of discussion about the human animal bond. There should be a lot of discussion about how animals help their their humans.
Mhm.
I don't even like to say the word owners, because I
They
don't
adopt
really,
us.
huh?
They adopt us. They
Yeah.
own us.
I mean, yeah, they're like, that's why I like to use the word companion, like companion cats,
Yeah.
because I don't really feel like I don't, I mean, years ago, yeah, maybe, being a pet owner wouldn't have sounded so horrible to me, but now it sounds horrible because it's like, but they're living, breathing creatures. They do have, they're sentient beings. They have minds of their own, or they can think through things. And,
They're not
maybe they're
proud.
not all, maybe they're not all good at puzzle solving like Fury,
Oh God.
but, they still, are very, they really improve our lives. I mean, they improve my life.
I
And
own a car. I own a house. Those are inanimate objects.
mhm.
That's an it's not an object. So we don't own an animal, right?
Right. That's why I look at it. I mean, because they're like our children,
They are my
and
children because I don't have
and you
any.
don't. I don't hear parents generally say that I own my kid.
Right,
You know.
right.
I mean, we discourage that kind of language. We discourage, in a relationship, if your significant other, your partner, generally we frown upon somebody that's saying I own him or her.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You know.
It feels weird to even say that.
Right.
Yeah. But here, just a cat. I don't hope you can see this, but see how gunky
Mm.
his eye was. He had the chlamydia too. And that's
You
what.
know what? I follow one of these somebody that does hauls, and she adopted a cat that they called it herpes, cat herpes, and she's always wiping it. Why? I'm sitting here thinking, like, why isn't she putting him on medicine? Does that get cleared up with the medicine?
Yeah, you can use. There's something called. There's an eye ointment called teramycin, And terramycin, I guess you can still get it without a prescription. I don't know. I mean, they've changed so much of that, but it used to be only California you need a prescription for it. But it's an ointment, and they use it for livestock, but you can also use it. It's like it's in every cat rescuer's toolkit. I mean,
but I'm wondering, why is she, how do I say it, like the vet or whatever, why isn't the vet giving her something and just letting her always keep wiping his eye?
I don't know.
Is that on, maybe she's not looking into it?
Well, it could be. I mean, like we had that whole discussion about people with cats and animals, and for content, and
but
we have a lot of people that are clueless out there.
She don't do the cat thing for content. She just, because the cat jumps on the computer like this or whatever.
Oh, okay.
She Timu hauls.
Oh, okay.
So it's not a cat, she knows we like the cat, so she'll put it, there's whatever she calls them. But now I'm thinking, but she didn't tell us that when she adopted it, he had cat herpes. So she's always constantly, not in front of the camera, but she'll wipe his gunk out the eye. But I'm wondering why though then.
Well, maybe she has ointment, because you only put the ointment in like twice a day. So maybe she's putting the ointment in and she's just cleaning the eyes in between. I don't know.
Well, it can, the cat herpes can cause damage to the sclera that's permanent. So sometimes it's a permanent condition.
Oh. Then I don't know.
Yeah, because we had, when I was Lucy's last litter, 2 of the kittens that I took, I was working with a rescue out of Maryland at that point, and 2 of the kittens that I took to her, one of that boat, well, it was weird. She was the woman that adopted the 2, because they were siblings, little boy and girl, and I had them together because I had kind of rescued them within days of each other and had them together, and so they were somewhat bonded. And I said it'd be better, to take them, to put them together if you can. And so the woman from the rescue did that, and she found somebody that took 2 of them. But then this lady she was strange, because she took both of them, and then I got a phone call from the rescue, and the rescue said, did any of these kittens ever, do you ever test any of them for feline AIDS and leukemia? And I said no, because they're kittens, I'm not gonna test them for that, that's kind of your job. I mean, they don't have any signs of the protocol is that with colony cats, you don't test if they're not symptomatic. That's the general guidance that I'm getting anyway, and that has been going around for a while now. So she ended up getting these 2 kittens, took them to the vet. Now, mind you, these are very young kittens. These are under 6 months old. And she took them to the vet, and the vet said that the one had feline AIDS. And I'm like, okay, why is he even testing them for feline AIDS at that age? That's too young, because they can still have the antibodies of feline AIDS from the mother inside them, and they can have a false positive.
Right.
And then on top of that, he was trying to say that the one cat had like a scratch on the cornea, or the cornea was damaged or something, because I used terramycin. And I'm like, okay, every rescuer that I know uses terramycin. Rescuers who work under the guidance of vets and vet techs told me to use terramycin.
Right.
So this guy is a crackpot as far as I'm concerned. And she ended up bringing the kitten back and gave the kitten back to the rescue because the kitten had AIDS. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? This cat, my cat behind me right here, Rogue, he's positive for FIV, and he's fine. he's not, the only way that they spread, they can live for many, many years with FIV. And the only way that they're going to spread it is if they're either breeding, which he's not because he's neutered, or they're fighting. And he's not fighting. He doesn't, because I had, one of the vets that I talked to, because I would get the rabies shots at Petco because it was cheaper. And I talked to one of the vet techs that also did. She actually did rescue herself and worked with a colony. And she said, "Oh yeah," she said, "they can live pretty much a normal life with FIV, as long as you watch out for them. You make sure that they try to keep them from getting any kind of infections or anything because their immune system can be compromised, and as long as they're not aggressive and biting any other cats or scratching them or breeding or anything like that, they're fine to be around other cats." And he's no, there's no aggression here because everybody came from the colony. They're all related. So it's not like I just found a cat here and found a cat there and threw everybody together.
Right.
They all came from the same place. They're all related. There's a little bit like Fury likes to bully Suki, but there's no real, nobody's getting
Yeah.
nobody's getting bloody over it. It's not that kind of aggression. It's just like swat, row row, and then we go on about a business. Yeah, Cat says, I was told Jesse had herpes years ago, and now I think it may have been chlamydia or bordetella the whole time. I think so too. I think you're probably right, because chlamydia, well, see, and the difference is herpes is viral, chlamydia is bacterial. So if doxy is knocking it out, then more than likely it's been chlamydia the whole time, and it just didn't. Cornelia was FIV positive, had a tumor on her intestines. But that's probably, I don't know. I don't know, Kat. I haven't really heard that one way or another. I know that you have to take some special precautions with them. I mean, he seems to do really well. I even wonder sometimes if if it wasn't a false positive, because apparently that happens too with some of the tests aren't as sensitive as either. Some of some of the tests aren't as sensitive as others. That's what I meant. I'm reading your comment and talking at the same time. Yeah. I don't know. Let me see. Let me look it up.
I'm always get the two mixed up, Salvi and FIP.
Yeah, me too.
I know one of them has a wet and a dry.
That's FIP. Yeah, that's FIP. Feline. What is it? Feline something peritonitis.
Yeah.
Because one of the kittens that I rescued ended up with that and died. The rescue I was working with at the time called me and asked me if I ever saw any issues with the other ones, and she said they think that this one has FI, because the kit, she was doing fine, and then all of a sudden she wasn't. And they took her to the vet, and the vet said that she had FIP, and apparently that a lot of cats can kick that out of their system, but some can't. And there's these, the rescue I'm working with now, they're saying that they're finding more resistant strains of a lot of this stuff. FIP, Giardia, I forget what the other one was, she said.
I don't think there's an effective vax for the FIP. I think it's just top of the coin.
Yeah, I think it's well, there's some, there was some, Hannah Shaw, the kitten lady, her one cat had FIP, the black one, and she used some kind of like, had a compounded, some kind of compounded medication she used. It's like a newer treatment. It's a more experimental treatment. So there is, I think, an experimental treatment. If you look her up, if you look up Hannah Shaw, the kitten lady, if you look through her videos, there is several videos that follow the her treating her. I think it's Coco. I think it was the black cat with FIP.
Yeah, I heard that they were doing some new stuff for it, but that there isn't currently like a vaccine that you can give them to prevent it. It just occurs, and you can't like not. Yeah, there's not a shot to stop it. There's that new protocol you're talking about, but I don't think it's like a vaccine yet. Oh, I'm getting clawed.
I was going to say, she's getting what? And then I realized she said clawed.
Let me see her.
But I think you're right. I think things are throwing off mutations and variants because we have so much overpopulation.
Yeah. So let me see her.
That's one of my worries about my particular area, because every so often we get rabies cases, and I am afraid maybe we're on the verge of an outbreak because we have so many vectors running around, and cats can be vectors for rabies, just like dogs.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm finding some that says it is. So, Kat, to answer your question, or to not answer your question, but to comment on what the vet said. So I'm trying to find something reputable here, like an actual, let's see here. Cornell. Let's look at Cornell, because that's like pretty reputable.
That's a good one.
Because there's a whole bunch of, websites that may or may not be the most accurate. I'm looking to see here. And they keep learning more about FIV and feline leukemia too. Like, it used to be pretty much a death sentence. Like, as soon as a cat was FIV positive, they would euthanize them, and it's so different now.
Well, unless you live in Arkansas.
Well, yeah.
2 years ago, our shelter was gassing them.
The shelter was what?
Gassing them.
Oh.
Trying to find here diagnosis.
I mean, that's pretty backwards. That's pretty barbaric,
Yeah.
We don't seem to make many advancements here.
Yeah, see, it says so. I don't see anything about cancer here yet. I haven't read through the whole thing, but it says for a healthy cat diagnosed of FIV, the most important management goals are to reduce their risk of acquiring secondary infections and prevent the spread of FIV to other cats. Now, this says to keep them indoors and isolated from other cats, but There are plenty of FIV cats that live among other cats and don't pass it on. Says wellness visits should be every 6 months.
I know it's definitely a subject I need to learn more about as doing a person doing rescues because I don't know enough about it yet.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about it too. I don't see anything about increased risk of tumors. Some of the other ones that I've seen did say that. Yeah, I did just I didn't click on the whole, just the description. I'll do a little more research, Kat, and see what I can come up with.
And see, just like we were saying earlier, this is part of rescue, a real rescue, is having to update your knowledge all the time.
Yeah.
Learn, know what you're dealing with. And it's another aspect of what has to occur to be a good, good rescue or
Yeah,
telling.
exactly. And you don't know, and also just the networking and talking to other people, because you it depends, like what area are you, even what area you're in is going to, it may facilitate or not facilitate your um, knowledge base, because like where you're at, you're kind of isolated. You don't have a lot of rescue that folks that you can bounce things off of. I mean, where I mean, I have a TNR Facebook page that I can go on and say, in fact, I've placed cats through that already. I've shown a picture of a cat, said, look, I have a cat's injured. Can anybody take this cat in? And, I've had some success with that. I don't do it very often, just for special cases.
Oh
But
my goodness, Gertrude, are you serious? That's how they were euthanizing? Sorry, Wanda, but this blows me away.
yeah.
God.
Oh, good.
Oh, wow. It was a small town.
Are we
Oh.
talking about where you live?
Oh.
Lord. We all know I'm in love with that state.
And that was about 5 years ago? Really? Oh my God.
No comment. I understand, but the state. Type faster.
Type faster.
I had to because she told me that earlier.
I mean, there's still backwards people that think that animals don't feel pain, you know?
Yeah.
Even though now we know that they can communicate if they're given a device to do so. They can actually speak words if they're
Yeah.
given a device.
Yep.
So it makes me sick to my stomach thinking about all the things that humans have done to them when, oh my God, now if we give them the proper device, they can actually speak our language to us.
Well, this is the thing that bothered me too, is, going back to Jackson Galaxy, and, I'm not a big fan. But he did a video about the button communication. And his whole thought on it was, there's nothing to it. It's just simple conditioning. It's just, you know, it's just like positive reinforcement. It's simple, conditioning. That's how they learn. It's not they can't figure things out. And then I watch like Catman John with Russell and Billy Speaks. If you've ever saw Billy Speaks, and
Yeah.
Billy recently passed away,
I know.
but watching them, the stuff that Russell comes up with.
Yep.
How can you say this is just conditioning? I mean, if it's conditioning, even well, the thing is, even if it is conditioning, why can Russell do it and none of the other cats? I mean, that's like, I would just want to talk to Galaxy and say, think about that. Answer me that. Riddle me this, Galaxy. How is it that if you have, if it's all conditioning, if it's all training, okay, we all know that we can teach most any dog how to sit. That's training. That's conditioning. Well, the training. Watch me putting the hand up so that the dog leans back. I mean, that's simple dog training, simple animal training.
Yeah.
So if the buttons are just a form of training, conditioning, teaching them, you do a button, you get a reward. Why do none of the other cats do it? Why does only Russell do it? Why is there only a handful of cats that can do it? I mean, you look at all these button cats. There's another one. Oh God, what's the other one? It's a tuxedo. I've seen him a couple of times.
He's owned by a guy.
Yeah, he's owned by a guy. Yeah. You know which one I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, but he has the female cat's name Glamour. I can't think what I want to say Ted, but it's not Ted.
No, but it's a good name. You're on the right track.
Yeah, it's a guy. It's the anyway. It's Tuxedo Cat, but the Tuxedo Cat uses the buttons. The other cat doesn't. She doesn't use the buttons.
Because she
So,
chooses not to communicate.
yeah, that's what I
It's
mean. I mean, it's like, it's not like Fury trying to figure out the spinning fish. He's trying to figure out the spinning fish. He just hasn't gotten there yet. Nif figured it out almost right away. Nif just walks up and goes, "Oh."
Did he?
Nif has had, huh?
He did?
Nif figured it out, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, he figured it out. Yeah, I did a short on it.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, you'll have to, let me see here.
Well, along the same lines, though, isn't that how we teach our own kids? I mean,
Yeah.
The process of teaching them the button communication is the same process we teach our kids with. So I don't know. I disagree with Galaxy on almost everything, and especially that. I think it's amazing and real that these cats and dogs are communicating.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can't just act like they're not sentient beings. They're. It just makes me mad that people look at them that way. It's like looking at them like they're vermin, and that's how it is.
I'm listening, Ruby. I just was say now it's Nif's turn. That's the short. You see it?
Yeah.
Oh wait, go do it again.
Here, do you hey, hold that thought, Dawn. Here, I'm going to play this for Nunya. Oh, you know what? Wait.
Uh-oh, what?
That music.
Oh.
I could get that. Yeah, that's right. I forgot.
That,
you can't
okay.
play music. You can't
Back
play
to that. How do you get these songs? Because I have one little video up there of my tuxedo doing whatever. And How do you pick the songs? Because the list of songs they give me, I'm like, what the hell? I never heard of these.
You have to do a short. Did you do a short?
I don't know.
Did you do a short?
Considered a short. I think it's 30 seconds. But I mean,
that's a short. Yeah, but you have to go through the
in the studio.
Thing. Yeah, I forgot about the freaking music because you can get a copyright strike if it's
even on StreamYard.
Yeah,
you didn't have it on long enough.
No, I didn't have it on long enough. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
but
because
these
are
thing, and I was in the studio, and it came up with like 4,000 songs to pick from, and I'm like, none of these. I don't know. I would be there all freaking year picking out the one song I wanted.
Well, you just here, I'll show you. So you go here, you pull up videos. I just do one here. You pull up videos and then see it'll say add sound. See there? It says add sound. So then you click add sound.
You just froze.
Who froze? Me?
Yeah.
Am I still frozen?
Yes. Now, no. No, you're moving.
It's
because I'm still. Is that... See, and then you search for whatever song you want. And more than likely they'll have it.
You're froze again. Am I the only one seeing she's frozen?
I don't know. Am I freezing?
I don't know. It's like lag.
Oh, is it a lag? Well, maybe it's a lag.
No, you're like.
Well, let me look on here. Let me look on the.
See, Gertrude said on and off and on.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not sure. Are you sure I was actually freezing, or that was just me like being still?
No, you look like Ziggy's. What do you call that? Pixelated. Not a lot, but it looks furry, and you're.
Well, my internet seems to be okay. I don't know.
See, every like other second, you just like.
Huh.
See? I'm not going. See? To be freezing.
Because I don't see it on my my screen. I don't see that it's happening on my screen now.
You're like this right now.
Yeah.
No, but it took you a second to move.
Oh, okay.
Your mouth didn't move, see? And now.
Well, let me look here and see. Let me see.
Didn't move, see?
Well, let me look here and see.
Oh God!
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah. I can see it on here. Yeah.
Gertrude's asking to use me as the freezing. I mean, you read it.
Yes. Now. Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see here.
Gertrude's asking to use me as the. Oh my God.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it now. So I don't know. Well, let me turn this off. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on because I don't see it on my end, but I'm seeing it on the thing. So
on the phone.
Yeah, I can see it on the phone.
Yeah.
It might have just been because you were like looking at other things or had other stuff up for a moment.
I don't know. Is it still doing it?
Now, no.
It's not doing it now?
No.
Okay. Maybe because I had the phone on? I don't know. I don't know.
I'm going to smack Gertrude.
Please use Nunya freezing as the thumbnail for this live. Yeah, well, we're coming up on 5 hours. I don't know anyone ever did a 5-hour stream.
We did.
It takes stamina.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So I think maybe it's time because Nunya hasn't eaten.
No, and it's still sitting here frozen now. Where's the camera? Oh,
What are you eating?
it was beef fried rice, and I put some macaroni salad in it.
Oh,
Well, not in it, on the side. Beef fried rice, macaroni salad. I eat whatever I have to fill my stomach.
Yep.
you just open the refrigerator and hope there's something in there. Wow, time for my shower and Jesse's eye treatment. Oh, that's right. Cat Mom is probably a couple hours behind us.
Okay, Cat Mom on night.
Yes, I have to go out and feed my colony because it's 2:00, and they're probably like wondering I did put a little bit of food out earlier for the couple that I saw wandering around the car looking. Well, yes, Gen X. Gen X streaming marathon.
Oh my god.
We should do this again. This was fun.
It was.
Yeah, we should we just like we'll bring Nunya on again. We'll have a actually this worked out pretty well. Thanks Gertrude, Catitude. Yeah, I think this would, this is a great format. We do the TNR, we just pick a topic, and then we just get catty about it.
God.
Oh.
Maybe that will be like in the description.
Yeah.
3 Gen X women being catty. About.
Love it.
Yes, thanks, Kat. Well, anyway, the people that I don't know, like, who hung out with us the whole time, but if you did hang out with us the whole time, bless you.
I know a lot.
You're more insane than we are.
I think we put out a lot of really good information.
What's that?
I said, I think we put out a lot of good information.
I do too.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about the cat daddies.
And,
you see my chinchilla?
Cougar mommies.
Nunya's family that talks like...
The fact that I'll probably be canceled after this stream.
Oh, stop it!
If you're canceled, I'll start my own and you'll join us there.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, we can just pass it down.
That's right.
It would just be
we will not
down the lane instead of whisper down the lane.
Gertrude said grooming.
Oh yeah.
Lord.
Oh yeah. Nunya with the Spanish speaking and yeah.
Sign language.
and Dawn with the grooming.
That's it.
Chock full of good info.
Yeah, and a special thanks to Jill the Pill, our little troll that popped in there at some point. Unless Jill the Pill was actually just trying to be funny.
I don't even know because it had me like, what is she talking about?
Yeah, she said, don't be catty. Okay, so I'm looking at it too and go, don't be catty. Like, about what? The fact that we were talking about people that use animals for content. I mean, we aren't singling out any specific person.
And I was
to
like
make
this,
that very clear.
biting my tongue. I was being good.
Yeah.
And I saw that comment and I'm like, nah, 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 nah.
Yeah. Hasta la vista. Hasta la vista, cat. Yeah. I mean, we're not just to end this and just to make everything very clear, we weren't talking about anyone specifically. We're talking about in general, in generalities. So if Jill the Pill thought we were talking about some certain YouTuber,
have you ever seen
I don't
her?
know.
Have you ever seen her around?
No, I don't think I've ever seen her
Jill
around.
the Pill needs to take a chill pill.
Yeah, I don't know. And again, I don't know if it was just, somebody being stupid or if it was actually, just trying to be funny, but didn't, but
I wasn't laughing.
you need to put the little emojis behind that if you're making a joke, because otherwise I'm going to assume you're a troll and I'm going to delete you. So, but no, I mean, this was not to throw shade at anybody, because that isn't what this is about. We're not going after any specific channel here. We're just saying in generalities, it is disrespectful and insensitive when you have people that, show up in their little shorts holding the little kitty and saying, "Oh, I rescued a kitty," and then, they proceed to take it home and do all kinds of video content.
Yeah, mine, oh, mine.
Yeah. And
if they feel in some kind of way, then they can sit with their guilt.
Yeah. I mean, we're not I mean, and this was something that, go over to Life with 18 Cats and check out the video that Kim and I did on the same subject.
Yep.
So not naming any specific channels that are guilty know who they are, and that's on you. That's not on us, because we're just out here, we're trying to do what we can for these cats.
And maybe she is one of the ones that has a video saying, "Look what I found."
Maybe she did. Maybe she was. Maybe she was, one of the model chicks walking around with, I mean, I see them all the time. They can sit in their Hanes Racing striped shorts.
Oh God.
Gertrude, if the shorts fit,
wear them. That's it.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to wrap this up, ladies, because I had a blast. I think we all had fun. But, of course, I got to do this before we leave because, I'm on YouTube. So, YouTube, please don't cancel me, number one.
Oh.
Please don't demonetize me before I get monetized, number two. Number three, whoever hung out with us the whole time, I appreciate that. There are some people watching that probably weren't in chat, so thank you, whoever's hanging out with us. I hope you enjoy it. Cat daddies, feel free to come in on this channel, come into the chat, join us, join the discussion. We do have a couple resident cat daddies already. We can always use more. And if you want to, if bless your heart, you were able to sit through this insanity for 5 hours, thank you so much. Consider subscribing. Hit the notification bell so you know when we have these marathon streams, because we'll probably have more of them. Hit the like button if even if you liked 5 minutes of it, it helps us out, helps out the algorithm, helps send this out into the great wide world of the internet, and helps us grow as a channel so that we can help other crazy cat people help with their colonies. Leave a comment. If you don't know what to say, you can leave a little emoji. Just try to make it positive, because there's enough negativity in the world. And I think that's pretty much. Oh, yeah, and hit that notification bell, because you want to know when the crazy cat ladies, when the cat lady triad comes back into town for another wild ride. You don't want to miss that. So I guess all that being said, thanks everyone. Thank you, Dawn, so much. And Nanya and Catitude and Cat Mama and Gertrude and Chris, who left a long time ago to go to bed because she's smart, and everyone else that joined us. So with all that being said, thanks everyone for watching, and goodbye for meow.
Meow.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.